Hey. What's up, Wednesday? How y'all doing? Gonna have a interesting stream. We're gonna cover some stuff. I saw a debate with Rob, and it was that godless engineer dummy. Absolute tard, that guy. So we're gonna take a look at that. We're gonna discuss how New York City is going to be London in probably 20 years. Unfortunate. Going to look at the Mamdani super commie Middle East salami. He's going to send New York City further down a complete hellscape. People don't understand, apparently, the progressives. They just can't conceive that their policies actually produce the shitholes that they live in. You can just look at all of the cities. I was thinking about this, how horrifying it is that, I mentioned this before on a stream where New York City accounts for 0.008 of the total geography of New York State. And it's going to dictate the culture, the policies, the economics of the nearly 98% remainder geography, which is mostly mountainous, rural, plains, hills, farmland, and the rest. And it's kind of good news though, because Mamdani, these liberals are so short-sighted. They think that because a Muslim is standing in for some sort of progressive lefty policies, that means Islam's not a threat or something like this. It's totally untrue. And they're also anything but Christian kind of people. You know what I mean? They have Christian derangement syndrome. It's really God derangement syndrome. And they're celebrating. They celebrate, oh, look, he did it. It's like, do you understand that the reality that you're facing with a majority Muslim city or state or region or county, do you understand that all of your, tolerance and all of these kind of principles that you guys love to LARP about, those things just go away? So you're really deciding if there's going to be decency codes that are ultimately going to be voted in through a majority, you're going to have to make a choice as a progressive liberal scumbag. Because you guys have no foundation at all for your morality and ethics, you're competing with people who at least have some normative position and tradition. The problem is you're going to have to decide, is it going to be Christian or is it going to be Muslim? That's what you're dealing with. Why? Because Christians and Muslims are the ones who are going to repopulate, and atheists, secularists, progressives will not. So it's a race of population now. It's a truly a demographic and ideological. Those two go hand in hand. There's no way to transfer your ideology without kids. The problem is that secularists are the useful idiots. They're so blinded. They're so deeply steeped in sort of like a protesting view that they'll vote for anything. They'll take anything other than a Christian nation. It's wild. It's like I got to draw that. You know what I mean? It's like they're surrounded by Sharia law, and they're like, at least it's not Christian. At least we're not speaking German. My taxes. Yeah, thank you for paying your taxes. I am ramping up. Thank you, Wi-Fi Gospel, ramping up for Nashville. We'll take a look at Mom Davi's speech, see if we can pick out any rhetoric or anything going on here. See if we can pick out any looming disaster, shall we? Ali Akbar. I will deliver a speech. Ali Akbar! Muslim, Islam, Islam.
Thank you, my friends.
They don't even know what they're cheering for.
The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity.
What? Humanity? It's New York City, dude. You're the furthest thing from humanity. You're New York City. What are you talking about? Dude wins a mayoral election and he thinks he's changing humanity. These people are insane.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater.
This guy sniped Ari at Home's live stream. Who's Ari at Home? Who, this guy, the mayor?
Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it.
Boo!
The future is in our hands.
Yeah, it's not looking good, bro.
My friend,
It's not looking good. The future's not looking good for New York City.
we have toppled a political dynasty.
Dude looks like Saddam Hussein. Is he related to Saddam Hussein? Possibly.
I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name.
He's not even American born. Yeah, they don't even know what they're doing. They're lost. All the cities are lost. They're broken and fallen. I don't even need to save a city. I don't even need to be like, oh no, we got to stop this. It's like, it's a city. It's already produced its fruits, let's say. The city always produces its fruits. If it's not based in Christianity, let's be strict about it. If it's not based in Christianity, it's basically going to embody pure materialism. And that's what cities end up doing because they become plural. It's almost natural that they become plural because they become hubs for transportation. They become places in which people come. That's like their center, the Angel Island, where it's like the hub where people show up from the shores. They go to the major cities because that's where the resources are, and but that's the double-edged sword about cities. They're highly populated. Yes, they produce. They're productive, but they end up leaning toward this type of reality. But this type of reality in a pluralistic hub, all it takes is the majority to come in, right? Because I was thinking about this last night. I was thinking about pluralism and how, let's say you take 100,000 people, a mini city, and the population is made up of such disparate positions, so different, so varied in their life and the way they live and what they value. You're dealing with a bunch of atomized cells in a society. And so when a Christian comes along, or a Muslim, or anyone else who has an in-group cohesive foundation, they look at it and they go, well, there's definitely a lot of work here to be done. But the thing is, you have an advantage. In a society that's convinced of individualism and pluralism, the advantage to the in-group people is massive, because while they're defending pluralism and individualism and the weakness, the weak fabric of society, the weak fabric of civilization, the stronger fabric can come in and say, all we need to really do is populate. All we need to do is have children, import people like us, consolidate our resources, develop and maintain nepotistic operations, get in positions of power, check. Take on entire geographic locations, check. And then inform policy based on your ethics. On the way. And then the pluralists are all, oh, this is beautiful. It's a shining beacon of diversity. Look at that guy. He's a Muslim. We won. We won the diversity game. Okay, you're a useful idiot. Now, Muslims might be really stupid in their theology and their defense and their logic, but in practice, they're not entirely dumb. They know that progressives are useful idiots. They know all they have to do is pay lip service to these people who go, well, it's just so great. It's diverse. Isn't it great, you guys? This is like progress. Yeah, and they're like, Allahu Akbar.
As we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change.
Meaningless gibberish.
A mandate for a new kind of politics. A mandate for a city we can afford. And a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that.
Yeah, right. So communism. You can't mandate affordability. I mean, this is going to be, if they try to put into place any sort of rigid system that tries to top down, introduce whatever communist iteration, right? Communist 1.0 or whatever. You got what's worse is that all the people have to leave New York now. You know what I mean? That's the worst part. They're all going to leave. They vote for this garbage, and then they create a disaster. And then you know what? They don't even have to sit in their shit. They get to kick their boots off and travel to the next available state, ultimately a red one, or a red city at least, that maintains its values, maintains its customs, its norms, its cleanliness, its minimal crime. And it's just another broken house, right? Another failed foundation made of sand. Castles made of sand fall in the sea.
On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City.
It's like this weird, the progressives are like, and you see this with like white women supposedly converting to Islam. You see this, like, you know, the blonde chick from Orange County who's like, I'm Islamic now. I read the Quran. And there's this weird, like, guilt-driven pursuit of tying yourself to what would otherwise be the enemy. And you're like, I'm so diverse and so open that I've been able to convert to a religion that ultimately represents and practices the epitome of what I oppose, which is like anti-liberalism in a sense. Strictness, traditionalism, hierarchy between men and women. And it's almost like anything but Christianity is their mantra.
And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refuse to accept that the problem.
Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who aren't birthed from the citizens of the United States, but come in on boats. I'm talking to you. You kind of look like me. Am I right? Allahu Akbar. He knows about the next generations. He knows. He knows about it.
The promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum.
Oof. Oh, that's haunting right there. That part. That's haunting. Yikes. These dumb white liberals. I don't know what he just said. It sounds cultural, though. I bet it tastes good. Maybe it tastes good. Lord have mercy. Look at that weasel. That guy's up to no good, that one. Look at that smile. He is up to no good. Welp. Yeah, exactly. Welp. It's based on the bones. So, yeah. Goodbye, New York City. But, I mean, let's face it. What was it before? It's like, you know what I mean? It's almost like, okay, liberal cesspool. No real identity. Just a cesspool of divergent lifestyles that are incompatible with each other. Big, beautiful, big buildings, history, rich history. It's like, it's novel. It's nostalgic. New York City has nostalgia. I grew up 3 hours from New York City. It was nostalgic to visit. It's big. It's bold. It's alive. All that stuff. Okay, fine. But in the end, when you lead with liberalism, the counter to liberalism is going to take advantage. And this is the thing. Liberalism is failing. And so all these debates where people are still defending, like, we got to maintain liberalism and not move into any sort of theological strain of politics. Well, it's impossible. Because liberalism doesn't build anything. It destroys things. It unravels the fabric. That's what it does. That's its function. It doesn't have building function. It has deterioration function. And maybe it's necessary. You could look at it from like an antibodies view or something like this. Maybe it checks the systems. Maybe it's there to check the systems that you have. Check yourself. The rainbow people try to sneak into your church. Check. All right, you're out. You got hit with the bishop. You're off the board. But the thing is, liberalism doesn't have anything to check itself because it's not a positive claim. It's an ambiguous claim. It's an ambiguous system. Nebulous metaethics, nebulous policy. There's no direction. And Christians could very well take advantage of this. The problem in the West is Christians, lowercase Christians, Zionist Christians, heterodox Christians, Protestants, Lutherans, they're all under this liberal view still. Even the strictest, the ones you find that are like, you know, they're allegedly very dedicated in their pseudo-liturgical practices and their traditions. When they're pressed, ultimately they defend liberalism. They defend this concept of rights and liberty above all. And Muslims are going to take advantage of that. That is a massive hole in the shield of a society. And it's happening. They're doing it. And it's slow, and they understand it's slow, and they're doing a good job at it. It's slow, moving. You populate. You take on terrestrial locations, Dearborn, Michigan. You place yourself there. And the Indians are trying to catch up, by the way. They're trying to catch up. And the progressives are just going, look at all the different colors, without realizing that it doesn't take long for that pot to boil when you're a liberal frog. And you look around, you're going, where am I? Is this London? No, it's not. Not anymore. Not the London you knew. Is this Italy? Not so much. Is this Poland? Still is. Is this Hungary? Mostly is. Is this Germany? Not so much. Is this Canada? Hell no. Canada. It's Canada. So, what do? You don't save New York City. There's no saving it. We're at the tail end of the effects of liberalism. You can't save the tail end of it. It's like there's no structure. There's no bones. There's nothing to pull out of the oven before it's burned. It's already kaput. So, you know what I mean? Indigenous people, that's hilarious. No, Indians. Indians. No, we're talking about Pakistan, the dot, not feather. We're talking about the dot. Russia. Yeah, Russia. Too, Russia. Still Russia. So, this fight, this ideological fight, yes, we hear this. It's true. We're always in an ideological fight. We're in a spiritual fight. But the question is, like, how do you participate in the fight absent speaking? What is it? Well, it's the way of life. You know, when you think about this stuff, the way in which we do things. Every family ultimately has a way we did things kind of thing. You know, you look back at your family and you go, oh, we did things this way. And there's something, you know, about it that you love, and there's something about it that you ultimately end up rejecting as you grow up. You're constantly in some rebellion of the way things are. Oh, why do we do things this way? I just want to be new and do something new in a new way. This young idealist notion comes up. And that's what liberalism is. It's like a stunted emotional and intellectual and spiritual growth. That's what liberalism is. Stunted growth, stunted spiritual growth. And in a society that doesn't even ponder, for the most part, spiritual growth, that's like a side thing. That's like I try to work on my spirituality. I mean, but I have to get to work and pay my car bills and everything like that. It's like the last thing on the shelf. But the problem is when you get invaders who invade legally and develop countercultures legally and counter policies legally, you're dealing with a fight about the way in which you live, the way we do things. In the most broad sense, we're talking about how do we do things? Now, we can always look at the family and say, oh, there's always a way we did things. Oh, we did this. It's like a custom. It's a tradition. There's no escaping tradition. So the battle of ideology and the battle of politics and the battle of theology is expressed how? Through traditions. It's a battle of traditions. That's what's happening. because it can't go anywhere else. Even developing pure force, if you take a force doctrine approach, the thing you're enforcing becomes some tradition. What are you defending? Because you have the brute force, right? Let's just say we start with brute force. The tradition could be as simple as use brute force to take things. I mean, it could be really basic. That's our lineage. We use brute force to take things. Those people existed before in the past. But now what we're seeing with, Mom Donnie and Hindus and people from all different cultures and ethnicities and theologies coming to America under this false pretense of there's such a thing as a sustainable melting pot. By the way, the melting pot sold through a play by a Jewish man, no basis. There's no basis to say a melting pot is a functional heuristic or practice. It's not. So now what we're seeing is the backlash. We're seeing people move back to traditionalism. But this is the weird part. This is a sort of paradoxical part where the liberals start voting for minorities, but the minorities represent traditionalism, but just not Christian traditionalism. So we're in this weird pendulum swing where the liberals have for so long wanted progress away from archaic, nonsensical, in their view, religious doctrines and practices and rigidity. But all in the name of hating the right wing, which they identify solely as Christian, they overcorrect and start voting in Islamists, which is counterintuitive. It makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense. So it's a trade. You're always trading. And this is what liberals and progressives don't have, and they're always talking about how they don't have it. They leave religion, whatever it is, Mormonism or Protestantism or the rest. They left their church, right? And they look for something to replace it, and they look for community, and they look for a congregation, ultimately a parish, ultimately a church. So then they make a fake church. They make the church of Matt Dillahunty, the church of atheism, and they meet up, and they try to develop this weird pseudo-tradition, but they don't know what to do with it. There's no escaping this. There's no escaping this. And so this battle of tradition is, it's front and center now. Because Islam is coming in and developing and maintaining and building its blocks. You guys ever play Settlers of Catan? We're in it. We're in the game. We're in the game right now. And it's beyond politics. It is. It's beyond politics. It involves politics. Like if you can get in and influence policy from your Christian view, you should. Because guess what? If you don't, guess who does? Secularists, atheists, and now Muslims who are voted in by secularists. So that's the thing that's missing with Christianity, is that we're not developing strict locations for Christians. And it's very difficult. It's way easier said than done, but it's easier done for Muslims. Why? Because they're not coming from pluralism. We were born into pluralism. We were born into not even a rigid conceptual Christian paradigm, a liberal paradigm, a Protestant paradigm, a deist paradigm, if you will. Nothing rigid about it. What's rigid is my liberty. What a trick Satan plays to have you pray to liberty. What a trick. What a trick he plays to say liberty is the thing ultimately worth dying for. That you die so that your country can be taken over, in the name of liberalism, can be taken over by another ideology that ultimately adequately pushes against liberty. Now, maybe Islam will be infiltrated further with liberalism. Ultimately, it probably will. But that doesn't stop it from growing and taking over physically taking over. That's the thing. Christians are not thinking about physically taking over. You know what I mean? They're not thinking like this. They're not thinking like, okay, well, we also need to populate a landmass or a cityscape or some section where beyond law, you walk in there, beyond, it transcends law. You walk in there and you go, oh, they don't do that. They don't do that here. That kind of feeling. No, they don't do that here. It's not even about legality. It could be. But what's stronger than legality to me, or equal at least, because nothing ends up being stronger than someone pointing a gun at you, but I'm saying sustainably speaking, developing such a rich way in which you do things. For instance, a perfect example. You guys remember I talked about how some sort of whack job Pentecostal came into our parish, totally packed parish, in the middle of liturgy before the great entrance. In the middle of it screams, I have a message from God. That was one strike and he's done. We don't do that here. You know what I mean? We don't do that. Was based. We removed him, kicked him out of our nation, kicked him out of our town, kicked him out of our parish. We don't do that here. Muslims have that. They have rich, populated, physical locations where you walk in and they've developed, you don't do that here. Go to Dearborn, Michigan and try to hand out flyers for Christianity. You don't do that. We don't do that here. It's beyond legality. Now, that particular one with Dearborn, Michigan is actually a legal issue. But they're going to do that. And Christians are like, I would never. That's the difference between us and them. It's like, this is a weak position. No, the difference between Christians and Muslims is that their theology is trash and ours is awesome. Their metaphysics is trash. Ours is awesome. They need Christian revelation. We don't need Islamic garbage. Okay? They need our doctrine. It's crap. It produces crap. Their culture produces crap. But they're willing. Here we go. We got to hear from Vijeen.
Do you think there is any value in Christians moving to a state or a few particular states and having heavy influence there? It could also work as a failsafe for worst-case societal scenario.
It's possible. It just takes organization, and it takes people seeing what's happening. Like, it's going to be harder and harder to pretend that the alternative, the enemy, isn't actually taking over. And it might be one of those things where you wake up and you're like, what? You know, like when you woke up one day and you realize suddenly Apple made a phone and it's now the supercomputer, and you're like, when did this all... It was like one day I was like, there was a type of phone and it was like a flip phone. It did something and then like everything's a blur after that. This kind of progression is how Islam actually works. You know what I mean? Like you ever see someone who's not talented at all, but they work really hard? That's Islam. You're like, Islam's a joke. It's pathetic. Nobody likes it. All the Muslims are annoying. Yeah, true. However, that's like looking at someone who's not talented in Hollywood or in art and film or whatever, and you go, oh, look at them. They suck. But they're working, they're 95% work, 5% true, 5% good, 5% talent, 95% work. Muslims are like that. They're like the shitty art student. They're like the shitty rich kid. And you're like, why is he famous? Why is he good? Why do they think he's good? Well, because they're grinding. Islam is grinding. And they're totally using secularism and progressivism to their favor. This is like a long-term thing with this guy. Now, he might actually be a commie, but I mean, if you sell people on communism, guess who runs the show? Whatever the dominant culture or people or ideology that's in the state position, right? It's going to be Muslims selling these dummies on communism when it actually necessitates an authority figure. All they have to do is sell these dummies on communism and point to the authority figure, and it's a bunch of muzzies. Good job, progressives. It's just unbelievable. Do you know that guitars are from the devil? Yeah. Allahu Akbar. Anyway. That's why these debates, by the way, I'm supposed to debate counterpoints on Christian nationalism, if Christian nationalism is American. Interesting prompt. On, what is it? Friday, maybe. And this is all it's going to maintain relevance because everyone's selling Christian nationalism in a variety of ways. So you have to isolate what it is you're talking about. And we'll get into this because Rob debated probably the dumbest atheist secularists, and this is saying a lot, that I've ever debated, because I've debated this guy with David Patrick Harry. But I think he actually is the dumbest guy I've ever seen on the internet. Truly, this is going to be, you guys are going to laugh at this. Rob, it was like watching Rob visit a retarded person, like at a school event or something. It was so horrifyingly bad. Okay, so bad. So we're gonna watch this because it's funny. Now we're just going to watch some key parts. But this guy is so dumb. Another disadvantage or let's say sour part, not the sweet part of the internet, is that, anybody who has a decent microphone and a camera is like, I can talk about this stuff. It's like, but it's good. It's good. I'm glad there's more retarded atheists being louder. I accept them. I go, more. Same thing with Mormons. Louder Mormons. Don't be shy. Don't stand in the back, Mormons. Come up here in the front. We want to all hear your terrible views. Let's do it.
You ought to be morally good, and those foundational moral principles came through as the Declaration of Independence shows, one nation created under God, or a creator, as it's.
So we all know his position. Rob's going to take a more general Christian view, stick with the commandments, stick with the outcomes, stick with the cohesion of Christianity, normative authority, something binding, something nearly holistic, let's say.
So much for your opening. And then John or G, Godless Engineer, whenever you're ready, let me know.
This guy's such a brainless twat. It's just amazing. It's amazing. Watch how bad all of this is.
No, and I'll start your...
Actually, let me get to some super chats first before we move on. Okay? Little super chat reading break so that you guys aren't lost in the wilderness. $5. Muslims take Manhattan, right? Totally. $5. Justin, half black Justin says, I half believe... You should write always I half believe that progressives think their policies are matter of fact. When bad things occur, it's the work of bad actors and not the policies. They do believe that. They really think that, I think. I think that. He said my favorite Harry Potter spell, pretty much. Oh, is that what he said? What a sick man. $5. These tards watch way too many establishment authorized movies. Yep. Chaw XD for $10. Outside of like a really justly run Christian monarchy, is it even possible to build a prosperous and just society that's not just waiting to be undermined and devoured? No, because anything that's liberal will be devoured by itself or by a counter that's not liberal. So it either destroys itself and it reaches rock bottom, which you see in San Francisco. Yeah, beautiful buildings. Everything looks new and smells like a new Barbie doll. But there's shit on the street. People are shooting up in their toes in the lobbies of hotels. So what does it matter? Why? it's the way of life. It's the thing that we've always been at war with others with in the history of all humanity. Is this is our way of life. You're threatening our way of life. You're changing our way of life, how we do things. But progressives don't have any we do things that are this way. It's all just splintered people masturbatory system. It's just self-serving. There is no we. There's just I under a progressive view. These tards watched him. Okay, got that. More Mormonism content. Yes, I will. Alua Snack Bar. Thank you, Mud. Found some more cash under the guy's deck. Thank you. That guy shouldn't be talking about hands considering he shovels wet dog food into his mouth. Gross. Jason McGinney. New York City elected the physical embodiment of a rage bait. He really did. They really did. That's a great way of putting it. All right, let's move along. Let's hear the dummies opening.
Your 8 minutes.
Yeah, is it okay if I share something?
Absolutely.
This is so great. He shares this document, which Rob later asks him to retrieve, like sentiments of, and he doesn't know him. He chat GPT'd his entire document, didn't study it. He's an actual NPC.
Okay. All right. So, ready to start. All right. So, I'm here today to talk about why Christian nationalism is harmful for everyone. This is going to be a case for a secular humanist sort of future for our society. First of all, Christian nationalism undermines democracy and human rights. Any political ideology.
Am I pro Halloween? Halloween to me is a superficial American cultural event. There's nothing deeper than the superficiality of dressing up and asking neighbors for crappy candy that ultimately I throw out secretly. So no, I'm not invested in pro or anti-Halloween. I think it's basically a topical fixture of American culture. It's like Starbucks. You know what I mean? It's like, which is probably true of most what's called American holidays at this point are symptoms not of like paganism or any of this stuff. Nobody's thinking about this stuff. Pure consumerism. So that's kind of what it is.
This is my basic argument here. Any political ideology that violates fundamental democratic principles, including religious freedom, equality under law, and minority rights, is harmful to all members of a society. Christian nationalism violates these fundamental democratic principles by imposing religious dominance, eroding church-state separation, enabling discrimination, and supporting authoritarian control.
Now, the funniest part about this, you guys, is that during this debate, he reads a text or something where he sees that Mom Dami wins and he celebrates right after like reading this opener. He actually celebrates the Muslim movement forward in their theological dominance of American culture and politics and legislation.
Therefore, Christian nationalism is harmful to all members of a society. There's an erosion of religious freedom and pluralism that I just mentioned. Christian nationalism fundamentally contradicts the constitutional principle that participation in American democracy is not based on religious beliefs or lack thereof, rather than protecting religious freedom. It actively rejects it by advocating for the merger of Christianity with American national identity and governance. This ideology seeks to privilege one particular interpretation of Christianity over all other religious traditions and non-religious perspectives, effectively creating second-class citizenship for anyone outside this narrow definition. Research from PRRI indicates that approximately 30% of Americans identify as adherents or supporters of Christian nationalism. These supporters believe the government
you could almost feel the texture of the stupidity that comes from this guy's head.
Should officially declare.
I mean, look at his little round dumb head down there.
The United States
looks like a zit.
It's a Christian nation, that U.S. laws should reflect Christian values, and that being Christian is essential to being authentically American. This worldview directly threatens the First Amendment dual protections, both the right to religious belief and expression, and the guarantee that government neither prefers religion over non-religion nor favors particular faiths over others. The United States' historic commitment to religious pluralism enables diverse faith communities to live in civic harmony without sacrificing theological convictions. Christian nationalism undermines this foundation.
He's like a mindless beast. You know, he might as well have just had ChatGPT, like the voice activated part, just read it.
By promoting the undemocratic.
He's got Grok on standby.
View that America is exclusively a nation for Christians.
You think Rob should have precepted him rather than what he did? I mean, Rob's not, he's not versed in precept, because precept ultimately will lead to a more rigid Christian view. You can't just, you could precept people a little bit, but the more you precept, the more rigid your view is, and ultimately you got to, let's face it, you got to be orthodox. In the end, you can precept. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying if your opponent presses you adequately, you're going to be pushed. You got to be pushed into a corner that you can defend, and it's ultimately going to be an orthodox position. However, I would give Rob credit, because he got this guy to produce so many contradictions. I mean, there is a segment of this debate where he had this guy basically just panicking. Like, how do I answer this question?
Powerful minority of conservative Christians uses state power to enforce its values over everyone else. The democratic legitimacy of that power is fundamentally called into question. Then there's the discrimination against marginalized communities. Christian nationalism leads directly to discrimination and, at times, violence.
What's wrong with discrimination, bro? Where are you getting all these fancy words, potato head? Someone doesn't need to carve a pumpkin.
Start with 50 pieces of clothing. We're at 26 likes right now.
Democracy isn't even mentioned in the Constitution whatsoever. They thought that democracy was something to be fearful of. I see my opponent seems to furrow his brow. Please, I challenge you. Show me anywhere in the Constitution where it mentions the word democracy.
No, yeah, you were just racist as fuck.
You're racist. That's his answer, guys. These are your representatives, atheists. Where are you guys? These are your heroes. That's it. Listen to what Rob says. He asks, where in the Constitution is this claim? And what do you know? What do you know? You're racist.
I'm going to be totally naked here. So this is going to be a fun evening. Now, with that being said and covered, I'm looking forward to seeing this open discussion. Let's keep the jabs above the belt, right? No low blows. I get it gets kind of heated sometimes.
No low blows. You're racist.
Mega bloodbath engaged. You've got an hour and 15 minutes right now. And I guess we'll start with the questions, and then y'all can go into the open discussion portion. Evan Lord said, nothing shows American nationalism like being proud of your mixed heritages in both ethnicity and religion. Amerimits are an interesting contradiction. Would either of y'all like to comment on that?
It's fundamentally not true. In fact, the founding fathers would not have been fans of many of the people we see that are now in prominent positions of power in the United States, such as Mamdani looking to win his election, people of the Islamic faith. Primarily, they were concerned with this being a country that was for European descended people and people that were deist or Christians, as is evidenced by the fact the word democracy isn't even mentioned in the Constitution whatsoever. They thought that democracy was something to be fearful of. I see my opponent seems to furrow his brow. Please, I challenge you. Show me anywhere in the Constitution where it mentions the word democracy.
No, yeah, you were just racist as fuck right there. That's what that was.
I don't believe so. Do you think the founding fathers would have been happy with people of an Islamic faith winning national elections?
I think that yes, I think that they would be fine with it. That's why they specifically wrote a constitution that was secular in nature and didn't require any faith tests.
Can you show me?
Well, I mean, Rob could pull up the fact that the early states did have faith tests. The early states did have faith tests. So, the difference here is, Rob, you're pointing to the Constitution versus also what states' rights are. So you'll see during this debate, mindless engineer here, he ultimately thinks that democracy is great, but he also takes a view that the federal level should override democracy for fairness. He's in a constant contradiction, because democracy itself, if you took a pure democracy approach, direct democracy, or like we have a representative democracy, pushing voting to the states is a form of democracy, but he has to accept that states could actually vote based on democracy to push Christianity in any form that they do based on their votes, right?
Me ever them speaking favorably of wanting people of an Islamic faith. By the way,
I don't think I have to. I don't have to show that in order to just read the Constitution. In that there's no faith test.
Would you agree? How about this? Would you agree that one of the things we should do is accept what the framers of the Constitution wanted?
I think we should accept the Constitution instead of wiping our asses with it, like you seem to be wanting to do.
So, given that,
you mean how liberals do?
They thought that there was a tyranny of democracy, then the majority of your opening statement that talked about the real problem with Christian nationalism is that it is negative to democracy. They would dispense with that, correct?
It is. I mean, we're a democratic republic,
but they did not want democracy. Like
we're a democratic republic. That's what the Constitution is.
Define what the Constitution said. What a democratic republic was. Go ahead.
I mean, I know what a democratic republic.
Well, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a dummy. I'm a real dummy.
Tell me what the founding fathers said.
I don't. Dirt.
You know. Tell me.
He just gets wrecked, dude. It's just. I mean, this is like Thanksgiving. Like Rob is standing over a mindless turkey and he's just carving it up.
No.
It's actually harder. Yeah, Veeps, I actually agree with you. It's harder to debate a moron. It's actually harder.
Well, you're wording this in a very, very curious way here, like what the founding fathers said and what a democratic republic is can be two different things.
Okay, so then we should be concerned with what the founding fathers said and not what your definition of a democratic republic is, correct?
No.
Typing.
I think that we should work off of what a democratic republic is and what the Constitution.
Why?
If
your interpretation of a democratic republic is different than the founding fathers entailed, why should we prefer your definition?
I mean, my definition is going to match how the Constitution is set up, and I care about what's written in the Constitution. Why don't you care about what's written in the Constitution?
And the word democracy.
No, you don't.
Of course,
you seem to not. No, because you talked about how this nation was built for white people, white Europeans.
What? Derek Soya, $5. Isn't this the guy who played a fidget spinner when DPH was telling him to shut his mouth? Yeah, and he's the one who asked his wife. By the way, he appeals to his wife in this debate as well. He turns over and he goes, "Aren't I right about that?"
And you're being racist and xenophobic as fuck about Zohran Mamdani, who's gonna win in New York. I don't give a fuck whether or not George Washington would have thrown up at his fucking whatever mansion he had over there in Virginia, wherever the fuck he lived. I don't give a shit if he would vomit every single day because Zohran Mamdani is mayor of New York. I really don't care. What I care about is the fact that there are no religious tests for any for any elected official in America. That's how the Constitution's set up. That's how our democratic republic is set up.
So what I said was what the founding fathers would think of people from the Islamic religion.
And I don't give a fuck.
Please.
And I don't give a fuck. That does not matter. That does not matter to the discussion.
I understood that was your point. And what I said was, if we're accepting what the founding fathers thought, that were the framers of the Constitution, they wouldn't be happy with people like that. That doesn't make any claims.
I mean, that doesn't, doesn't matter.
That doesn't make any claims of what I think about people.
That's not how these bloodbaths work, okay?
That doesn't make any. It doesn't.
He's so dumb.
Your entire point is moot for this.
Rob is like Rob's processor speed and ability to access knowledge and history is so beyond this guy's. Just like this guy can't even form a sentence. He doesn't even know what he's going to say when he's talking.
This entire conversation, okay? Because that does not matter as far as how the Constitution is written and what is allowed via the Constitution. Now, my question is, why don't you care about what's written in the Constitution?
I'll finish my point. So the point I was making is, it's not what I'm saying, what I think racially about people. It's what the founding fathers would say, right? And that's what I said. The conversation was about there's nothing more American nationalist than being of a mixed race and mixed culture. The reason that I wouldn't want someone like Mamdani being elected is because I don't particularly want people of the Islamic faith when we see a tradition around the world of what happens when we have political Islam and what happens with it. Do you favor political Islam as a secular humanist?
I don't think that Zohran Mamdani practices the extremist Islam that you're trying to reference as political Islam. But still, none of this actually matters, because whether or not somebody practices Islam, Buddhism, or Dudism, it doesn't matter as far as being elected, being an elected.
To the question of a democratic republic, what the founding fathers entailed, I don't know if you knew this, when it came to democratically electing our politicians,
what's written in the Constitution?
When it came to democratically electing the people in our federal government,
what's written in the Constitution?
Yes, okay, who was democratically elected? Tell me what was written in the Constitution. Go for it.
Okay, a democratic republic. I'll just read the definition.
No, that wasn't my question.
You didn't ask for a definition, potato head.
It combines the principles of both a republic and a democracy.
This is what happens every time. You ask someone for a justification, they give you a definition. You're like, we understand the definition.
Democracy operating through a system where elected representatives make decisions on behalf of the people. So we elect representatives who then make decisions on behalf of a greater people. Now, I'm not under the disillusionment that America has ever been a pure democracy, which I'm guessing is what the founders were actually opposed to. So I don't think that we should be a pure democracy. But I mean,
Rob's just like, this guy's too dumb. You're right. What was it, Sleeks? It's harder to debate a dumber person. You'd think it wasn't. You'd think, oh, this is easy. No, it's more difficult to debate a dumber person.
I think that a democratic...
It's like trying to keep a train on the tracks. Like you can't even engage with the train unless it's on the tracks. So the debate becomes keeping the train on the tracks. You might not even get to debate the train. You have to just keep it on the tracks.
Republic is what we have, how our Constitution is set up, and that's how we should probably operate.
You read a generic definition of the term democratic republic. I asked you specifically what representatives were elected through a democratic means under the Constitution by the framers.
But well, see, you're make decisions on behalf of the people. So we elect representatives who then make decisions on behalf of a greater people. Now, I'm not under the disillusionment that America has ever been a pure democracy, which I'm guessing is what the founders were actually opposed to. So I don't think that we should be a pure democracy. But I mean, I think that a democratic republic is what we have, how our Constitution is set up, and that's how we should probably operate.
You read a generic definition of the term democratic republic.
Actually, I wanted to know that word. He used it wrong. Disillusionment is a feeling of disappointment resulting from discovery that something's not as good as it believed. Not the misconception, which means like, I'm not under the delusion. I'm not under the misconception.
Public. I asked you specifically what representatives were elected through a democratic means under the Constitution by the framers.
This is a good question. I actually, this is something that came up against even actually Rob during my debate against him, which is there's this notion that you can't use force, that we value liberty and we have a democratic process and there's rights and we have this process and everyone should be participating in the rights. But now Rob understands that the establishment itself of this system needs to be ultimately like a flag in the ground with guns. Like, we're doing it this way. We're doing it this way. And then subsequently, the way in which you do it adds in all of these favors and privileges to people. But the establishment, perfect example, rights, which is completely intertwined with all these politics. The secularists can't really take the position that they're against people using their beliefs forcefully and forcing their beliefs on people. The secularists can't do this because the secularist believes in rights, and the secularist, that's a religious belief. A secularist, when it comes to rights, under the secular paradigm, secular epistemology, there's no justification for rights. So that's a religious belief. That is to say, it's not assuming a god or worship or anything. It's assuming that something exists that you have no evidence for, that you hold a religious belief in this thing called a right. There's nothing empirical about a right. There's no rights anywhere. It's a religious belief. In that it's a belief without evidence. I'm fine with belief without evidence. They're not. So the next phase of this is, are you willing to use force on other people who don't believe? Because there are people who don't believe in rights. So, you know what I mean? So what's the problem here? Isn't it just a competition for people's beliefs and the use of force? Isn't that what it comes down to? Yeah, I think it does.
But see, you're contextualizing.
Rob would have won immediately if he told GE his wife needed to shut up. Maybe he does. GE does actually appeal to his wife in this debate. He actually does appeal to his wife at some point. He looks over and asks her.
It to the framers, like, just because
the
all white
original
people were voted in you're being racist as fuck yet again.
I mean, you're the person.
Is that how you live your life? Do you just walk outside and you're racist to every person of color on the road?
Just so low tier, dude.
How you live your life?
Go so personal with it.
Oh my gosh, so low tier, dude.
Having a debate here.
I mean, he's being racist.
Now, I'm glad for Breakfast Tacos he got Rob on, because, getting higher performing debaters on your channel, it's a debate channel, is going to bring in better viewers. The problem over there at Breakfast Tacos is your moderators are horrible. Your moderators don't actually welcome people. They actually pester people and they provoke people, right? Now, my moderators can be aggressive here and there, but ultimately, you want people, because your chat is your common space. Your chat is your street level of your channel. To give you some unsolicited advice, Breakfast Tacos, if you want better debaters coming on with higher names, notoriety names, your channel, your chat is going to have to accommodate those visitors like they're coming into your town, right? You have to host them. Right? You can still press them. You could still engage, right? You could still have a mini bar fight, but ultimately you atheist channels do this very poorly every time. You develop such a dogmatic cult-like group inside your chats where visiting tribes, they can't even, sit in because it's so horrifying for them to sit in. It's like, it's insufferable. It's insufferable.
Like, this is entirely racist. Him focusing on the points that he's focusing on instead of actually backing up his own argument here about how Christianity can actually benefit America. He's instead pivoting to his white Christian nationalist.
He didn't say white. You little. Oh, this guy. Lord have mercy. Walter Mellon, 5 buckaroos. Enjoy Rob's debate style, despite that his ops strategy always leans into interrupt and act like I don't understand the question. Well, he might actually not understand the question. He might not. I mean, he might not. Half of my moderators are theists. What do you mean? Half of your moderators are theists? I mean, theists could be that way too. I mean, it's not a question of who's theist, who's not. It's just like, for instance, what's his name? B.S. Lewis. B.S. Lewis is a moderator. Now, someone who has a wrench, this is just unsolicited advice, okay? You don't have to listen to me. I'm just saying, a moderator with a wrench actively attacking visitors from other channels is not a good way to grow your channel. I'm just saying. Breakfast Tacos. If you want to grow your channel, the chat itself is the culture of the channel. The chat is the culture of the channel. So people grow their channels. Yes, people can grow their channels by making just pre-made videos. But if we're talking about live stuff, you want more people in your chat, right? Breakfast Tacos? Wouldn't it be nice if you had a debate where you had 500 people in the chat? What I'm telling you is that you're not going to be able to get to that place if you have moderators that actually go after visitors.
Sort of base, and he is trying to establish that America is only for white people, which is racist as fuck. I'm just labeling it. I'm just asking clarifying
things
questions.
He never said.
Are you pro-slavery?
No, I'm not pro-slavery, and what I'll say is you're not just asking clarifying questions. You're definitively saying I'm racist. The specific point that I'm making here that you're
you are
the
being
specific
racist.
Point that I'm making here that you're incapable of.
God, he's such a child too. Even his register is like
answering because you don't know.
I'm not incapable. I've answered it.
You haven't answered anything, right? You just
yes, I have.
Okay.
I've said that your point is pointless. It does not matter to this conversation.
The point that I was making is that the founding fathers and the way the Constitution is written, the only democracy involved, which is a word that wasn't used in the Constitution, was we got to elect members of the House of Representatives. We did not get to elect members of the Senate. We did not get to vote for the president. Somehow you're saying that is racist. That not only is that racist, but it proves I'm a racist by highlighting what our founding fathers thought when they talked about a democratic republic. Can you explain why that's racist?
It's not even relevant either. Like, it's actually logically possible from the secular position that even a racist Christian nationalist, you still have to argue how it's not good for America. That's what's so funny about these debates, is that in this case, Rob is used to doing debates where the prompt is rigorously focused on. Now, this is a moderation issue as well. Obviously, Breakfast Tacos developing his moderating skills, and it is a skill that takes time. I don't even know if I'm going to make a good moderator when I start hosting debates. But the question of whether Christian nationalism is good for America has nothing to do with mindless engineer's opinion about racism. Now, Rob's not even selling something racist. He's not even arguing for racism. But even if he was, this is how lost godless engineer is. Even if he was, I bet you Rob could actually adequately argue that a racist white Christian nationalist movement could be good for America based on godless engineer standards. I bet you he could do that. These aren't even debates. This is kind of just arguing, yeah. Because a debate would be like, okay, we got to define terms. What's Christian nationalism? First and foremost, what is it?
That's a straw man.
It's not. You said that me making this point and asking you this question of which politician.
No. So you started off by saying, how would the founders have voted?
That's
and
racist.
I said, I clarified that just because they would have voted in all white people does not mean that we should continue to vote in all white people. This is playing off of something that you said when we started the open discussion portion, and that's that, or maybe it was part of your opening statement, that this nation was set up for white Europeans. And so that's what I'm playing off of here.
Well, the nation was set up by white Europeans, so I mean, why would it be wrong? Why would white Europeans set up a nation not for them? What kind of idiotic position is this? You pumpkinhead retard. Why would you set up a nation that's not for you? Oh, I want to set up a nation. Sure, who should it be for? Let's make it for people who are not here and not us. That makes a lot of sense. Nice job.
I just get so mad.
How's that an argument?
I just get so mad.
How would that even be an argument, you dummy?
That's what led me in the direction that I went to for you contextualizing it with the founders. Now, I don't believe in operating on what the founders originally wrote in the Constitution, because we've amended it, and they also wrote the Constitution so that it could remain a living document, so that it can be changed and so that it can change with our society. And it
he's such an idiot.
Has changed with our society. So I don't care how it was originally written. I do care about how it's operating now, and how the Constitution works now. So unless you have something to actually substantiate your claims that Christianity can somehow benefit America, this entire...
Calling him a dummy sounds childish? No, dude, what are you talking about? Who said I'm not supposed to be childish, Tyler?
Entire front-loaded section right here is just pointless to...
Fine, he's a viper.
To your overall argument.
Your filibustering is unimpressive. I sit here patiently and let you talk while you filibuster and interrupt me. What happened was, due to your efforts to interrupt and filibuster, you didn't understand the point I was trying to make, which was...
What do you think a bloodbath is? I'm sorry, can I get tacos in here? Can you...
Look at him. He interrupts and then he appeals to the moderator like a little bitch.
Define mega bloodbath?
What does the definition have to do with the rules of the debate?
In the open discussion portion?
What are your thoughts on Nick Shirley? I like his work.
Yeah. It's a back and forth. Ideally, y'all are having a good conversation. They do get a little...
He's a doo-doo head. Thank you, unapologetic preacher. Yeah, I need custom insults, because some people in the chat go, "Oh, you're calling him a dummy is immature." Give me a insult I'm allowed to use.
A little bit heated, but do try to avoid the personal attacks, right? And cussing each other out, right? But we're trying to debate the topic at hand. Is Christian nationalism good for America? And ideally, each side is presenting points in favor or against, and you're having a good conversation, you know?
You have to define Christian nationalism just off the bat.
Yeah, none of that said that the reason that you thought that I was being racist when I asked you the specific question of what the democracy portion was of Democratic Republic in the foundation of our Constitution was, and that we only directly voted for the House of Representatives, you shouting at me that proves I'm racist because you continued to interrupt instead of actually listening to what I said, thus proving furthermore that your embracement of something such as secular humanism actually isn't rooted in rational discussion, but it's rooted in sort of an irrational ability to...
His little sippy cup. What do you got? Oh, you got a little color changing sippy cup? Did you get that from mommy wife?
You smear your opponent as something that they're not exhibiting that they are whatsoever, in this case racist. It's done by you in an attempt to discredit the arguments that I'll make throughout this debate, because you think you could morally impugn me, which shows that you're actually operating in a more irrational system than what you would even claim Christianity is, because there's no logical basis to what you're saying whatsoever.
Christianity supported slavery, and the founders supported slavery. Do you think that we should continue to have slavery now?
No, we have amendments and fought a war over slavery.
By the way, under a democracy, right, the thing that these people worship, isn't it totally possible for a state, right, to vote for slavery? Right? Is that possible?
I
mean, when it all comes down to it, it's all just like, from the secularist view, it's just a temporal state of affairs in which voting dictates something. Okay, can it dictate anything? Can voting dictate people don't vote? Some people don't vote. Is that totally consistent with the American society? It actually is. It's actually totally consistent. that you can vote to take people's votes away. Totally consistent. There's nothing inconsistent about it.
You specifically.
Okay, then why are we fucking talking?
Tyler Conway Spurgeon in the chat. What's wrong with being childless? Also, you're drinking out of a sippy cup. What? That's not, I'm making fun of his sippy cup.
About what the founders originally wrote, how they originally intended.
Tyler, do you have anything worthwhile listening to, or
did anything? Why do we even care about that fucking
because
point
you
then?
answered in the affirmative when I asked you that you thought it was important that we went with what the Constitution and the framers intended.
No,
yes, that's what you
said.
did.
If I said what the framers intended, as far as the framers intended a living document to change over time. That's what that is. You are trying to, I don't know, are you an originalist? Like, you think that we should only do things that the framers would do? Like, I'm totally confused by your entire.
No, I asked you specifically how important you thought the foundational document, the Constitution, and the
this is like one of Matt Dillahunty's dingleberries.
framers were, and you said that that's something we should follow. And then that's when I said,
right.
That's
and I'm following the Constitution. You are bringing up
that's why
the irrelevant point
that's why
about how they would have voted.
It is not irrelevant.
What this nation was meant
Please,
to
let me finish.
represent.
I'll refresh your memory of how this came about. I then said, well, seeing as how you keep using the word democracy and it wasn't written in the foundational document, like you would agree.
It doesn't have to be written in the foundational documents because it's described in the foundational documents.
Okay, so let's ask you.
Gee, he thinks George Washington invented slavery. Yeah. Yep. You know, even at the world level, there's still slavery going on in Africa, ironically. And wouldn't it take a violation of like their pure liberty and what they're doing, right? To invade and intervene and draw out our American way of life and our Constitution and our democratic republic and install it without their consent, install it. That's the thing. It all comes down to, is it okay to go to a place that's operating in a way that you're ultimately trying to avoid here? Is it okay to go there and do stuff, right? And change it, right? Because that's the whole thing, is that everything in America is still established, not starting with a vote. A vote is a system that's downstream from some system that's established not with a vote. It's established with stick, flag in the ground, guns. We're doing things this way. Okay, what's the way you're doing it? We're going to do the voting or something like this. Some stupid voting system. We're going to do a voting system where, 0.008% of a geographic location dictates how the rest of the world, the rest of the location operates. Wow, what a great idea.
You seem to think democracy is very important, yes?
I mean, we have a democratic republic, and I believe that's important, yeah.
But you talked about the importance of securing democracy, i.e. all of us having a vote, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then, for example, if the majority of this country were Christians and voted that they wanted Christian theology to be part of our country, why wouldn't that be anti-democratic to say that they're not allowed to do that?
Yeah, here we go.
Because the Constitution in the First Amendment says that you can't promote one religion or another. So
nope, that's not the same, you dummy. These people are illiterate. I'm not even good at American history. I'm not even good at politics or, amendments and all that crap, but at least I know that
by the 13th century, Byzantium had virtually eliminated slavery, only with it being prevalent in rare cases or POWs.
Yeah, it's an interesting factoid that they don't like to talk about. Or the fact that some of the most well-known writers, thinkers, authors were Christians. Who are opposed to what would be considered the modern type of slavery we have today, not to be confused with indentured servitude of biblical past. Good morning. Thank you for that hefty 20. I really appreciate that. And an altar void $5. I'm still waiting for them to go to the Congo and fix everything. I want to send them all to Congo. In fact, I want to send Godless Engineer and all of these liberal progressives to their own island. I would raise the money. If I was Elon Musk, you know what I would do? I'd say I'm including reparations and healthcare money and all that, and I'm going to buy San Francisco. And it's all and only for liberal progressives and people who identify as victimized minorities. And you guys can all go there, and there's a lot of money there for you. And the only condition is that you can't ask anyone else for help anymore. You know, we're going to send you a good send-off. That's what I would do if I had like massive FU money. I would actually fund the isolationism for these people. I would pay for them. I would pay up to 3 years of their food just to have them go away. Who cares? He said a living document. The major can just change that too. Yeah, it's the end of his argument right there. You just go. Rob can just go, can we change that with voting?
Over another, so that would be a violation of the First Amendment.
So then you would say that democracy doesn't matter in that effect, that authoritarianism of the government.
No. The Democrat, no, that's probably, I mean, people can vote for it, but the fact that the First Amendment precludes it means that vote is in vain.
Okay,
but it doesn't mean that they can't vote for it. They can vote for it all they want.
So what exactly did I propose that the First Amendment wouldn't allow in my version of Christian nationalism?
Ooh. Look at that dumb schmuck. What a dummy.
That's important, yeah.
But you talked about the importance of securing democracy, i.e. all of us having a vote, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then, for example, if the majority of this country were Christians and voted that they wanted Christian theology to be part of our country, why wouldn't that be anti-democratic to say that they're not allowed to do that?
Because the Constitution in the First Amendment says that you can't promote one religion or another, over another. So that would be a violation of the First Amendment.
So then you would say that democracy doesn't matter in that effect, that authoritarianism of the government.
No. The Democrat, no, that's probably, I mean, people can vote for it, but the fact that the First Amendment precludes it means that vote is in vain.
Okay,
but it doesn't mean that they can't vote. They can vote for it all they want.
So what exactly did I propose that the First Amendment wouldn't allow in my version?
This is the end of the debate, by the way. I know it's just the beginning, but it really was the end of the debate. Good afternoon to you, Colonel.
Version of Christian nationalism.
I mean, you know.
I forgot my helmet. I forgot my helmet. Dun. He sounds like one of those old lawnmowers that you try to pull start. And you're like, what is wrong with this thing? You like push that throttle button that you probably know doesn't do anything. It's just a psychological warfare on you. Push this button nipple. That does something.
I took notes. Sure. I've got like.
I got a note. I got a note. I wrote notes, Rob. I took notes. Rob's like, that's great. That's really great of you. You took notes. Let's hear the answer to my question. I got the notes. Wrote the notes. I got crayons. I eat crayons.
A fucking fuck ton of notes here. I guess I'm not like elected officials. It seems to me like you only think that there should be a faith test for office.
No, that's not true at all.
Why don't you answer his question? You pale, beached beluga. Jack says for $5, I could see mindless sippy boy to be the guy that tries to eat the smoke from the incense.
That's not true at all.
You think that elected officials should base laws on the Bible, which in some sense seems to indicate.
Okay, this is a weakness perhaps with Rob. He's very charitable. Rob, if you're listening, well, he's probably streaming. He should have said, no, answer my question. Notice that's always a thing. Answer my question.
that they should be Christian.
I believe that our policies that we put forth should be rooted in the moral foundations of Christianity, and we should promote Christian leaders.
Which moral
we
foundation?
should push Christian leaders into positions of power to enact laws that are based on that. And seeing it's how Christians are the majority of this country, that wouldn't be anti-democratic, nor am I aware of anything.
It would be anti-democratic.
Nor would there be anything in the Constitution that I'm aware of that would make this illegal.
Yeah, what is it?
Yes, it would be illegal.
What part of
The
that's
First
illegal?
Amendment does.
What is it?
We're not allowed
The
to
First
openly be
Amendment.
Christian and say Christianity influences our political decisions if we're in office.
No. You could say that, but if the entire reason why you're making a law is because the Bible says, then that would be a violation of the First
That's not
Amendment.
true.
No,
Tell
it's
me
not.
where it says that I can't do that.
Wrong, dum-dum. Go get some sun.
I mean,
Go get some sun, dum-dum. I mean, this is just this is a mega bloodbath. This is the other part that's missing over at Tacos, is you guys aren't objective enough. The thing with Christians, even general heterodox Christians that I disagree with, the one thing that's peculiar and unique to us, because we're better than you, is that we admit when a Christian loses a debate. We admit it. We go, no, didn't do well. You didn't do well. That was a shame. Let's make it better, though. Let's perform better. You guys never do this. Almost none of you. Some of you. There's like very few. But you have a title called Bloodbath, right, Breakfast Tacos? The problem is what you have to do is leaning into the bloodbath. Rob is wrecking this guy. He's absolutely slaughtering him. The bloodbath is actually happening, but the problem is your brand, Bloodbath, if you're not honest with what the bloodbath was per debate, you can't run with that. It's inconsistent. Do you understand? Yes, this is a mega bloodbath, but you, as the owner of the channel, have to be consistent with the culture of this and say, no, I'm sorry. I actually don't even agree with Rob, but Godless Engineer got his ass completely ripped apart by Rob. But you guys don't do this. That's what's wrong with your channels, generally speaking. That's what's missing in your channels. You guys are so afraid to even give a point to the opposition when it's objectively established that they win points. You know what I mean? You're cultists.
You can't promote one religion over another. So like if you have a law and the only reason why that law is a law is because of the Bible, that's promoting one religion over another.
Would you acknowledge that my religion would just be my moral foundational principles?
I mean, you could say that your foundational principles are influenced by that. Yeah, sure.
Okay, when you want a policy passed, is it because of your moral foundational principles?
I would say so, but my moral foundation principle,
This is a mega glazed No, it's not, dude. Enslaved by Truth. No matter what you think about all this, like Rob or whatever, it doesn't matter. This guy, Godless Engineer, is getting completely eviscerated. That's just a fact. Has nothing to do with what you think about Rob or what you think glazing is. It's a fact. He's getting his blood spilled.
my moral foundation is supported by reason and evidence, whereas the only evidence
my moral foundation is supported by reason and evidence
that you have is the Bible says. Now, and let me go back to my slavery thing.
Total dodge, by the way. Total dodge. This is a killer. You just ask the secularist, do you vote based on your ethical framework? Yep. He didn't ask you what your epistemology is for your ethical framework. He asked, do you vote based on your ethical framework? And then he just did special pleading fallacy. So Rob properly got him to put the category of ethics from the secular view and the Christian in the same category. And then Godless Engineer here avoided the entailment because he knew it. He was actually smart enough in this moment to know the entailment. He was like, oh shit, I also vote based on my ethics. So if he was consistent, he'd have to say, it's a violation of the First Amendment for me, the secularist, to vote based on my ethical views.
That's not true.
You know, his wife makes him watch. Who knows with these people, dude? Who knows?
the Bible supports slavery.
I mean, I got the Beaver Boy over there, J.L. Warren, to admit that he gets pegged. So
slavery has God condoning slavery. So if you were to, if we were to become a Christian nationalist nation, would you be fine if slavery was
No, I think that slavery is bad. Nor do I think that Christianity, although there are times in the Bible, where it's mentioned, nor do I think that the New Testament encourages or allows slavery. I don't believe that's the case.
Oh yeah, Zoran Mondani, projected winner. Fuck yeah.
Okay. Anyway.
See? So this is the irony of all of this. Is that he's just celebrated someone winning an election that ultimately his constituents vote for because of his religion. This is how stupid these people are. And honestly, it's probably not even stupidity. I'm constantly reminded that there's a spiritual element here. Can you imagine arguing against Christian nationalism from the position that you ought not vote based on your religious ideology, and he's celebrating the very win that would be indicative of a theological base?
Fuck Christian.
I mean, total retardation.
Anyways, the fact that you say that you're based in rationality, I think this debate already shows that's not the case. You've already been spurging out that I'm a racist with no evidence whatsoever by merely talking about the founding fathers.
I made my evidence clear. My evidence was you said that this nation was set up for white Europeans and for a Christian people. That's white Christian nationalism, which is racist inherent.
That's not even what I said I embrace.
Yeah, he's like, one more step toward Islam, to Sharia law. I mean, and he's like, well, Mondani doesn't really hold a strict view on religion. Who do you think's voting for him? Look, godless engineer, go to Dearborn, Michigan, and see how well freedom of expression is preserved under your view. Go there.
Race. We were talking about a tradition of American, what it meant to be an American and being mixed race. And I said the founding fathers wouldn't have seen it that way. That's all I said. I didn't say that there is no part of me whatsoever that would embrace any sort of ethnic requirement whatsoever to be not only in this country, but to be a politician or even at the highest positions. In fact, the person I supported for president was
can I maybe suggest a different way for you to approach this? Because maybe you should have approached it like, now this is how the framers or the original founding fathers would have seen it, but this isn't necessarily my view. They set it up to be a white Christian nationalist nation. Otherwise, it came across as you saying this nation was set up as a white Christian nationalist nation, and that's how it should remain. That's how it came across. I
appreciate the advice. May I give you some advice? Instead of assuming what someone's doing and spurging out and screaming over them that they're racist, perhaps listen to what they're saying before you make those proclamations. Now, you make this point about...
I'm not spurging out. I don't know why you're trying to project on me.
You make this point about democracy. When gay marriage was passed, was that democratic? Was there a democratic vote on that?
It was done through the Supreme Court.
Okay, but that's not democracy.
I mean, it's part of our democratic republic. We've got three branches of government. The Supreme Court, it's clearly set up in the Constitution that the Supreme Court makes a ruling and that ruling becomes law.
So you would say that if the court rules on something, even if the majority of people don't like it, that's okay? That's still democratic?
Dearborn is ranked the second safest city in Michigan. Yeah. I'd grant that. It just demonstrates that that anything away from progressivism and liberalism is generally good, but it's a war between theology. It really is a war between traditions. It's a war between ways of life. And the Christians who are like, I'm Christian and my way of life is liberty, you're cooked. It's over. It's over. Safety and liberty, the relationship between safety and liberty is an interesting one.
I mean, but the majority of people are fine with it.
But they weren't at the time that gay marriage was legalized. So was that authoritarian?
I'm not too sure about that.
No, that's definitely true.
But let's see. Hold on. Let me just double check this real quick. Was marriage equality supported?
Look at him typing. He's such an idiot.
You don't have to talk.
This is how he dominates, like, so that Rob can't talk while he's looking. He just talks while he's typing.
You don't have to talk.
Dude, I would kick this guy out of our country so fast if I was a king.
The USA, because this is like really easy to like look up.
I mean, you don't have to talk as you type. That's okay. But while you do that, I just want to get some clarification that.
Jason says for $5, this is the Supreme Court making law is spelled.
Super chat goal is broken.
Oh, it is. Damn it. The Supreme Court making law is spelled out in the Constitution? ? Is he even dumber than we thought? Yes. Thank you, Jessica. Well, we're gonna just pretend it's not.
That even if the majority of people were against something, if the
here, let's do this. Let's reset it to. What's fair? 30? Let's reset it to 30. There we go. See if we can get that going again.
Thanks, rules Jessica. On it, you say that's okay. That's not authoritarian or anti-democratic. A simple yes, no, will suffice.
No, I don't think that it's authoritarian because it's ruled by, you know, our 3 branches of government.
Okay, so when you said
that, like in that case, like the Supreme Court rules that marriage equality is legal, right? And so let's say that everybody doesn't like it. Well, then they vote for their respective representatives, and their representatives get into office, and then they change the law because that's what the Supreme Court does. The Supreme Court interprets the law that's on the books and says what is legal and what isn't legal, right? So they change the law in the government so that it will become illegal.
So then when you said that the Supreme Court overruled Roe v. Wade and that was authoritarian,
yes,
let me finish,
marriage
please.
Equality was supported by a majority of Americans when it was legalized nationwide in June 20.
Oh my gosh, he's such a retard.
Right? Let me finish. So when you said that when the court overruled Roe v. Wade and the majority of people didn't like that and therefore it was an authoritarian, you misspoke in your opening statement?
Ruh-roh.
I didn't actually mention Obergefell, but
can you bring up,
I would
can
say
you bring
that
up your slides again, please?
I did.
This is the best part. This is so good. This really exposes the sort of LARPing atheist debater guy who's been invited on like the big atheist channel, the Call-In show. So John Gleason here, the godless engineer, really thinks he's got something here. But this is like so humiliating what you're about to see.
Okay.
You specifically said that the majority of people were for abortion rights, and it was authoritarian that the Supreme Court overruled it when the president hadn't won the popular vote. That's what you said. Correct?
When hold on. I'm pulling it up. Let's see.
How do you not remember what you wrote?
Because he didn't write it. He literally had Chat GPT make his whole slideshow, probably. And he just read it. He was probably like, dude, a Christian nationalist, oh, he's a racist. I'll have Chat GPT do it for me. I'll still win.
Because there's a lot on this.
Where's the evidence of a creator? What make evolution not real, atheists? Well, you can call in after we reach the goal, and it's you affirming it, dude. You're the one who's saying evolution is real. So I could run counters of why evolution is not real based on the claims of what evolution makes, right? It's on a positive claim that's undercut. So we just got to make sure, atheist troll, that we know what you mean by evolution.
This fucking presentation.
Well, you don't know off the top of your head whether or not that's a claim you would have made?
Duh.
No, I don't.
No. I just read my opener. I didn't actually write it. Thank you, Vagine. Even Vagine's smarter than this guy. No offense, Vagine.
I don't know the specific wording because you're being very specific about it.
The specific wording's not relevant.
Okay,
the specific word. Well, then it should be fresh in your memory. The specific wording's not relevant. It seems to be that you intuited that it was somehow authoritarian for the Supreme Court to overrule abortion because the majority of people supported it. That's what you said, right?
I'm looking it up.
I don't know what ChatGPT gave me. I just read it, but I didn't actually
I'm still looking it up.
I mean, this is troubling that you don't even know what your own position is. You have to justify it post.
No. You're strawmanning me at every at left and right here, because I already told you. And if you'd quit being disingenuous,
this dude should be bagging groceries at freaking Ralph's.
I'm looking up the very specific words that I use so that I know whether or not to correct myself.
That's not true.
Okay,
that's not true. You know the spirit.
No, it is. It is totally true. That's exactly what I said.
You know the spirit of what you said, and so I'm asking. You shouldn't have to look that. I know the spirit of everything I said in my opening statement.
He doesn't even know what he believes. I just wrote it
today as well. In fact, it was just 4 or 5 lines on a piece of paper.
He doesn't even know what he believes. Like he doesn't even know. He didn't even think, like, how am I going to argue this? What's Rob's position? What has Rob debated before? What are Rob's weaknesses? What are his strengths? He just literally just ChatGPT structured a PowerPoint, and he doesn't even know. This is the difference between memorization, which is also missing here, versus understanding. You just ChatGPT it, just paste it and read it.
Paper.
You know what you believe, atheist? Do you?
4 to 5.
Yeah, you want to see it?
Let me ask you, atheist. If you know what you believe, do you believe that your beliefs are determined by chemistry in the brain?
Paper.
Okay. I just wrote like flashcards.
Yeah, right, and I obviously came more prepared than you.
It does not show it.
I came prepared because I copy-pasted ChatGPT into a presentation.
You don't even know what your opening statement said.
No. I do know what my opening statement said. I don't have it memorized.
Right.
Oh, Breakfast Taco's going to save him.
God damn. Like, how fucking petty are you, Rob?
Okay, well, you say this really then. Regardless of what your opening statement said.
Let's take a step back. So why don't you...
Always the moderator saving the day.
Clarify your position, John, and then let's go back into the topic. I've got a few super chat questions, so we can look at one of the super chat questions. And
Satama says, I don't believe in things I lack evidence for. Okay. You mean physical evidence? Are you talking about physical evidence? Atheist says, what chemistry in the brain? Is the brain functioning a set of chemical and neurological interactions? Yes or no? Why are you acting like you don't know what chemistry is? It's just always the same thing with these fucking demons.
And then
I don't what's chemistry? What can you define chemistry to me?
Get back on topic.
I'll just say this. I'll ask this. Maybe we get it. Regardless of what your opening statement said, fine. Will you acknowledge that if I had heard, rather correctly or erroneously, that you said it was authoritarianism and anti-democratic for the Supreme Court to overrule Roe v. Wade because of the fact that the majority of people would have been against that's incorrect? That's not what you actually believe. Is that fair?
So I said the minority rule was instrumental in the Supreme Court's recent term, where conservative Christian justices appointed by a president who lost a popular vote overturned abortion rights despite overwhelming public support. So what this is undermining democratic institutions and minority rule. And this is not about authoritarianism. So no, I did not call it authoritarianism.
Okay, but how is this undermining democracy if you just explained to us thoroughly, even if democratically people would vote against a position, the Supreme Court ruling on it, in fact, any of the 3 branches doing anything, is part of our democratic republic system and therefore wouldn't be anti-democratic. It seems that you've contradicted yourself here.
That's right. Massive contradiction for that dumb. Silence. Ooh, that was brutal. That was actually a good amount of silence right there. Let me see. That was palpable.
Thoroughly, even if democratically people would vote against a position, the Supreme Court ruling on it, in fact, any of the 3 branches doing anything, is part of our democratic republic system and therefore wouldn't be anti-democratic. It seems that you've contradicted yourself here.
No, it's not contradictory.
It's P and not P, but it's not really P and not P.
This minority rule was instrumental in the Supreme Court's recent term, where conservative Christian justices appointed by a president who lost the popular vote overturned abortion rights despite overwhelming public support. So there's overwhelming
He's just reading
public support. And then the minority rule.
What's minority rule?
He's saying if people's opinions are in the majority, then that justifies the authoritarian non-voting position. That's what he just said. Oh, we took a poll and people really thought that this was the right thing, generally speaking, in the public, sector. So, they agreed with. It's like, dude.
Find it.
Well, the minority.
So it's authoritarian only if people generally disagree with the position. But when it's agreed upon and they take an authoritative position on it, then it's not, or it is. Like
already making a decision for the majority.
So in other words, because 5 justices on the Supreme Court made a decision, that's anti-democratic.
Humans created robots and AI. Robots and AI think independently. No, they don't. That's a contradiction. By the way, robots don't think. Robots execute commands. So they're not thinking. They're executing commands that are coded. And that's a contradiction, atheists. Humans created robots and AI. Robots and AI think independently. No. They're dependent on being created by humans, you absolute retard. Why are atheists so stupid? Why do they say the dumbest things? Why are they like this? Why do they do this?
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame. Yeah, we're playing both. We're gonna play both. Just for you, atheists.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
This one's for you, atheists.
Shame. What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded? Shame. What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded? Shame. What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame. Robots does follow the rules. Yeah, rules. So if they're not bossed around, they gonna do their own thing? No, they're not gonna do anything, you idiot. Are you a troll? You think if a robot's not programmed, it then does whatever it wants? You gotta be a troll. You gotta be a Christian troll.
I think that the way that the Supreme Court
almost 3 years.
Thank
Love
you,
Jim Bob.
Thank you. Love you too. Wow, 3 years. W's in the chat for that. Amazing.
Court was stacked. It definitely was anti-democratic.
So just this court is anti-democratic. This court's illegitimate?
Sure. No, I didn't say it was illegitimate, but the way that it's structured is very anti-democratic.
Okay,
yeah.
but wouldn't all courts be anti-democratic in the sense that none of us get to vote for any of the justices?
Oh, man. This is so bad. David James Flood, Fiverr, mindless engineer is so dumb that he makes me question the notion that we're all made in God's image. Yeah, I deal with that a lot, actually. In fact, it's worse. It's worse. I deal with the notion that maybe he is determined. Maybe he is a determined mechanism.
No. Because we can then vote for people, just like what's happening tonight. I'm just, as an example of what I was saying, as we're talking tonight, there's literally a blue wave going on in all of the elections that are currently happening, in the states that are holding elections. So just a wave of things here. So
there's a wave of things here.
Bob.
Thank you so much, Wi-Fi.
Unpopular.
There's a wave of things.
Shit that happened, right? People went to the polls. They voted for Democrat leaders so that those Democrat leaders could then go in and change things.
I'm going to use like an AI because I don't feel like doing the time. You know what I mean? I want to import this file into AI and ask AI to extract all of the I mean, I'll do it myself if I have to, but if I could extract all of those and make it a huge compilation, I think I would be very happy. That itself would be a great clip.
Things the way that they wanted them to. That is how it's supposed to work. Now, was I happy with the decision by the Supreme Court about Roe v. Wade? No, I obviously wasn't. But I also did not at any point claim that it was anti-democratic or anything like that. But I do think that the Supreme Court is structured in a way that it allows the minority of the USA to make decisions for the majority against what the people actually.
That's not democratic then. That would be the opposite principle.
Want, because the people actually approve of Roe v. Wade. People actually approve of having abortion.
Oh, you mean like the suffragette movement? John Gleason? Yeah, I don't know. Let's go back to that movement. The majority, Rob could have cooked him right here too. That's interesting you say that. God, mindless engineer, brainless engineer. As it turns out, when they first started screaming and yelping and shrilling about women voting, it turns out that upwards to 95% of all women at the time didn't want the vote. Suddenly he's inconsistent now. Isn't that interesting? What, are we surprised? $5 from EB. JB, of course these guys are made in God's image. The way, if dealing with their stupidity is a combination of the fall and demonic. Oh, yeah, we know. I know. I agree with you. It's not intellectual. It's spiritual. It's always a defense of some perversion, by the way. That's the commonality all the time. It's always some perversion.
Abortion access. So
remember when this whole atheist community, who all like know each other, went silent when that one dude who ran a channel, Matters, something Matters, remember the Max guy? Remember the Max guy who talked like this? From Ecuador? Well, he was on a channel, and it turns out the guy, I don't know his name, he got charged with pursuing an underage person. He's going to jail. And nobody talks about it. Their whole little village of atheists, zero talk about it.
That is an undermining of the will of the people.
So again, what happens is you've waffled on this several times. When we said that it was,
I haven't waffled at all. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
When you said that, when we said that it may have been against the will of the people when they made same-sex marriage legal, you said, well, it wouldn't matter because these institutions are part of our democratic republic and therefore it wouldn't be anti-democratic. And then as soon as Roe v. Wade, which you mentioned in your opening statement, is overruled, you say that it is anti-democratic because there's something uniquely about this court that you don't like. And it seems that you're just being subjective, as is the case with secular humanism and your morality.
No, actually,
you apply in a subjective
that
totally ad hoc. Yep, totally ad hoc, the whole thing. Atheist says the liver must have come from an animal and other animals evolved from that. That's retarded. The liver has to have a starting point, and the starting point needs to be a product of evolution. So you need to have animals before you have a liver. But then you need to explain how you have animals from an evolutionary point, because an animal in the same category as a liver is a phenomenon in nature, in biology, that is produced by something that comes before it. That's what the evolutionary paradigm states. Evolution holds that random mutation produces changes in organisms. Liver populations are changes in organisms. They're effects of changes in organisms. You guys are toast. You can't defend it.
The court was structured in an anti-democratic way. Not that the process was
atheist is definitely a troll.
How is it anti-democratic to kick it back to the state so that people could vote on abortion? How's that anti-democratic? Isn't that more democratic?
Uh-oh.
No, it's not more democratic.
Okay,
really? He just contradicted himself. Now, Rob could have formulated this better, because Godless Engineer just said that the fair thing to do is when the minority gets to determine something, not just the overrule of majority, which is also antithetical to a more strict direct democracy. But going to the states, deferring to the states is an act of deferring to the minority. The state, each state as an individual, is itself a type of minority that is going against the tyranny of the majority, which is under Godless Engineer's own view is more democratic. He said it himself, that it's the advocacy for the minority to have a say in what the majority does is democratic. And then when you appeal to the states, like Rob's saying as an example, he's now inconsistent.
We're part of a federal system, and that federal system has to provide some very base level protection of rights, and part of those rights should be the right to abortion.
Okay, you might think that, but did you get to vote on that?
I mean, I would vote on it, but I'm in Alabama.
But you
so
didn't
no,
get to vote on it when Roe v. Wade was the law of the land. The court decided that without one vote.
Right. Roe v. Wade was the law of the land, and
Correct.
that's the reason why the Democrats were lazy as fuck to actually codify it in the law. They should have codified it in the law, and they didn't, because they were moderate fucking centrist little spineless shitheads is what they were. And they should have codified it in the law, but they didn't, and that's the reason why it's gone now. And so I disagree with that. But it's not that I think that the process is anti-democratic. I think that the structure, like, are you just deficient in that you can't understand what I'm saying?
No,
here?
I
Is
am
that what
understanding.
you are?
You're literally using the wrong criticism of your complaint of the overturning of Roe v. Wade. You can
No,
say
I'm
that
not.
it was more democratic to allow people to vote on it. You just said in your own
We're
words.
not even
Let me
discussing the
finish.
fucking
Let me
topic
finish.
at this point.
Let me finish. You said in your own words, the Democrats didn't even put it up for a vote. They didn't even do legislation because they're cowards. Right. No one
Right.
voted on it. Now, after Roe v. Wade, people then got to vote for representatives that voted on it. In some states, they actually got to vote for the measure itself on the ballot. That is, by any definition, more democratic.
No, I think that it would be just as democratic for us to vote on it with our elected officials and have our elected officials make it a law.
To clarify, it wasn't Max himself. It was another guy on
Yes.
their channel.
Yes.
Right, JB?
Yeah. Max had nothing to do with it. He just worked on the channel, just to be clear. Max had nothing to do with that.
Like, I think that's just as democratic as everybody directly in this pure democratic form that you seem to be advocating for some reason, which I just want to point out, you're totally fucking wrong about 2015. In 2015, the majority of people in the United States supported legalized gay marriage, and also for the longest time, people have supported the right to abortion, even now.
Again, you're fundamentally misunderstanding what democracy
And you're
means, people
fundamentally not
voting.
even discussing the topic of the
misunderstanding-
stream.
You're misunderstanding what democracy is. Now, the reason that we bring up democracy, the reason that we're bringing up was that was seemingly the only offensive position you had against Christian nationalism. I talked about how Christian nationalism would be important to solve birthrights. I talked about how it'd be important for cohesion, how it would be important for sort of the majority opinion, how it would be important to solve things like abortion and other things that are moral and would lead to a happier society, that Christians tend to be happier in the United States.
Do you think women treated as property is? Do you think women being treated as property is happening?
Is it possible under the secular view, where if women were treated as property, could it be a good thing under the secular view? Could you take a non-Christian position? This is like the big flaw in secularism that's so obvious, is that you can put aside your Christian beliefs and Christian doctrine and whatever perverse interpretation of biblical history and scripture that you come up with. You can put it all to the side. I mean, this is the big thing that was learned by many from the Matt Dillahunty debacle with Andrew. He was not predicting that Andrew would simply go, let's pretend God isn't real. Total illusion, total insanity. We're all crazy, okay? Well, the problem with the secularists got exposed, and people knew this. They just didn't formulate it this cleanly, I would say. Is like, you can go up against this idiot who doesn't really deserve to be on a stage debating, this John Gleason guy, other than just being a lolcow. But you could simply take a non-Christian approach, a purely secularist approach, and John Gleason couldn't actually argue against the secularist making a utility argument and saying, I could argue that what's best for society and what's best for women is that they're treated like property. You could make that argument from an atheist position. Can you not?
attack against it was authoritarianism, violence, and anti-democracy. We've dispensed with the democracy bullshit. Okay.
No, we haven't.
Okay,
I mean,
yes,
I don't
we
think that
certainly
it's.
have.
I don't think that it's central to the topic at hand. You seem to be wanting to make it a central topic, but
if the majority
no,
of people in this country are Christian and vote to want that religion to be the foundational principles of the laws that are passed, why wouldn't it be anti-democratic to not allow them?
because it's part of our Constitution. If you want to vote,
show me where it says that. Show me in the
First
Constitution.
Amendment.
Please don't take this Rob's shaky voice. I actually think that might be, and it's all speculation, but I think because he talks so much and he's so forceful in his talking most of the time, it might actually be, when you work out your muscles, I think it might be that. It could be just like muscle development.
God damn, do you not know the First Amendment?
Or he could maybe just be a really good soul singer and we don't know it.
Read the First Amendment and tell me where it says that I can't say I'm voting against abortion because I'm a Christian. Tell me where it says that.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay,
That's not what I said.
what I explained as Christian nationalism is that we elect Christians
You
that
keep,
vote on
you
policies
keep
based on
waffling
their
on
religion and
everything that you're talking about. You're jumping from one topic to one topic to one topic and acting like they're all the exact same topic.
That's not true. I've been clear the entire time. I made this point
you're
earlier.
wobbling around more than a Trump person trying to leave a bar.
Can you steel man what I said Christian nationalism is? What my interpretation of it is? Can you?
Fuck no, I can't.
Right, because
He's such an idiot, dude.
you're not listening.
It's crazy how confidently retarded he is.
No,
Nothing
I am
said.
listening. You're
Nothing
just not
I
clear.
said about saying that we will elect people that are Christians that adapt a Christian moral framework in their legislation. Nothing about that is outlawed in the Constitution or the First Amendment. Show me where it is.
No, what I said was that you cannot make laws purely based on the Bible.
Why
That's
not?
not
what I
true.
said.
Show me where it says that.
No, yes. No,
Sure, show me where it says
in the First Amendment, it says
Why?
that you can't promote one religion over another.
Show me.
That's not the same. That's not the same. People voting, people electing representatives that inform legislation from a specific ideology and ethical framework is not inconsistent with the First Amendment.
Show me. Read the First Amendment where.
You know what you do to switch it? You take out this big scary stuff, like women not voting and all the things that they're all afraid of happening, which would probably end up being better for everyone. You take something, you flip it on them. So if you guys ever debate this with someone, you actually flip the policy. You take a liberal policy like welfare or something like this, right? Where it's in law, where it's coerced charity, let's say. If a Christian suddenly took the approach where from their theological lens, their metaethical lens, they instituted a law that said this percent of all income goes to some sort of welfarism, like feeding people or something like this. And they took that from their ethical framework and they said, yeah, I'm voting for this policy from a Christian lens to help people. Would godless or mindless, brainless engineer then suddenly be like, no, you can't do that? So that's a good way of sort of tricking them into the agreement of it, because all you need to do is just hypothetically present a scenario where a Christian from his ethical system produces something that the atheist secularist actually agrees with, and watch them disagree. Dustin, $5. AI analysis shows John dodged Rob questions at least 9 times, falsely accused Rob of whataboutisms while committing 3 whataboutisms himself. Nice. L. Yeah, big L for this. I mean, this guy he's demonstrated how stupid he is in all of the debates I've seen him in. Confidently retarded.
It says that.
Atheism in a nutshell, yeah.
No, so you're asking for a very
Read the
specific
amendment.
line,
Just read it.
and you're trying
You want
to
me
get
to read it for? Are you incapable of reading it? I could read it for you if you
No,
want.
I can look it up. I don't have it at my fingertips, but I can read it right now.
Okay, so you're going to say somewhere in the First Amendment it says you can't use a religion for your reason as your exclusive reason to pass a law.
No, you
That's what you're
cannot
gonna say.
promote one religion over others.
That's not promoting. That's allowing people to vote. based on their ethical framework. Who's promoting anything?
How is that promoting one religion over another? If I say my moral
If
framework
your
is being
only
a Christian-
reason, if your only reason for passing a law is because the Bible says so, then that is a violation of the First Amendment.
How? That's the claim, bro.
You can have other reasons.
That's not.
That's the assertion. Voting for one thing, one policy, just one, abortion. I'm voting for abortion being illegal, and it's completely and entirely informed by my religious belief. Nothing else, not economics, nothing. How is that a violation of the First Amendment? Godless engineer loses.
Not true. I'm allowed to use any moral code I want as a politician or as a voter to push any law. There's no law.
Sure,
the First Amendment does. I can't establish.
If you pass a law,
I can't establish a national religion. That's
religion.
about it. I can't establish a national religion. That's about it. That's not what I'm suggesting.
No, that's not true. That's
okay.
Not
Then
even true.
I'll read the First Amendment. You tell me the part where it says you can't say, "Hey, I'm voting against abortion because as a Christian, I think that's
not what I said.
Sacrosanct." Okay,
that's not what I said. You keep changing what I'm saying. You're a dishonest interlocutor.
I'm
That's
not.
what you are.
You're designing in your walker. I'm telling mommy. I've got a very fiery hellscape lava wall behind me. I'm dark. I'm dark and hellish.
Seems that what you're saying is, you correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying that I can't suggest I'm voting for a law because purely my religion.
Look at him pouting. He's like, I Gregory told my lunchbox.
I'm saying that you can't advance a law that is only based on your religion.
Okay, so if I say I'm advancing outlawing abortion because I think it's against my religion, and it's murder because my religion says so.
Oh, well, your religion doesn't care about killing babies.
Red herring. This guy's the worst, man. The worst.
It doesn't matter what you think
babies.
about my religion. I'm giving you my justification for being against abortion is my religion. You're saying I'm not allowed to do that.
I'm saying that you can put that up, but if the only defense you have for it is that particular defense, then yeah, it would be
Here's what
go against the First Amendment.
For those of you that don't know, here's what the
idiot.
First Amendment says, and he's trying to extrapolate this. It says,
He's like, oh no, Rob knows what Rob obviously knows way more about all of that. Speaking of Rob, here he is. Rob, good job with this guy. Dude, I think I would have spurged myself on this guy. I would have yelled at him. I would have definitely made a mockery and yelled and screamed. I don't care if I look dumb.
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. This is not establishing
no law respecting an establishment of religion.
Okay, would you say that me saying I'm voting against abortion because my religion is me establishing a religion?
It's not. It actually assumes that the religion you follow is already established. Godless, mindless, dumb fuck engineer. Sorry. I forgot to hit the bleep. 404 error. The silence that Rob has produced with this guy is it's deafening. It's just deafening.
Shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. This is not establishing
no law respecting an establishment of religion.
Okay, would you say that me saying I'm voting against abortion because my religion is me establishing a religion?
No.
I identified that fucking with my helmet. That's what I would have done. Now, Rob's more mature than me, okay? He is. But that would have been my answer. I would have done a zoom in with that. I would have been all. Speaking of maturity, $10 from Devin. He says, I am finally ready to reject my dumb Protestant upbringing. Glory to God. Based on the bones.
Based on the bones.
What kind of Orthodox church? Go to Eastern Orthodox. Russian, Serbian, Greek, Antiochian, not Coptic. Glory to God. That's awesome. You can also DM me, Devin, if you need more information on that, just so you're not led into some Armenian, Coptic, Ethiopian, some situation, okay? My neuronic Jortlandian tax, thank you for you neurons who came in helping pay the taxes here in Jortlandia. We are a floating city in the middle of the ocean of insanity. So keep us afloat, keep us buoyant. Garrett Link, $10, thank you. The funny part here is I'm saying, quote, you cannot promote one religion over another, literally violates free expression clause. So what is he saying is true? It violates the First Amendment. Yeah, that's the irony. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. He's so dumb. He's so stupid that debating him doesn't actually occur. That's how frustrating it is. He's so dumb that you can't even get to the debate. It's like teaching your kid to ride the bike, and they're like, that's not a bike. Unless your religion is secularism, right? Yeah. Yep. That's right. David James Flood, another $5. Get the loop going, JB. Make this mockery a musical. What I need to get is a collection of him going, da, 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 da. You think cops are much different? Yeah, they're different enough to be schismatics. Their Christology is broken. So you can't practice broken Christianity.
No, that's not what the establishment of religion is.
Yes,
no, that's not what that means.
You explained to me what they mean by
no law respecting an establishment of religion. Not that it establishes a national religion, but it's no law respecting an establishment of religion. I don't know.
In other words,
he doesn't even know what that means. Look, he's going to ask his wife, Mommy?
So, hey, honey, am I wrong about this?
Honey, am I wrong, honey? 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 I'm debating, honey. Honey? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Calling his wife while he's debating. Honey, am I right about this, honey? Honey? Oh, goodness.
Well, yes,
I'm not fucking wrong about this, and she's great at English.
My wife is great at English, so I'm not wrong because my wife said so. Listen, breakfast tacos. Dude, if you want your channel to do better, you need better opponents for these people. You can't waste time like this, bro. Unless you want to be a lolcal channel, which is perfectly fine. This is embarrassing.
Make sure that we're tying these topics back, or the discussion,
man,
back into the topic. Is Christian nationalism good for America?
Sure.
Because it seems to be going kind of off the side, but that's okay. Just pull
okay,
it back
yeah. Let me propose something here. So,
Vagine, speaking of women talking, what do you got to say, Vagine?
My religion
one of my problems with
demands me to vote
Christianity and
for
Christian
pooping in the street, but the First Amendment doesn't let me vote for it. Curse the founding fathers.
Yeah, curse them. They hated you too, Vagine. Even all the way over where you are, they were still even against you. They knew. Chaw says for $10, thank you, Chaw. The fact that there are representatives in these debates think that one worldview cannot be used to enforce culture or law simply because it includes a God and theirs doesn't is actually maddening. It is. That's why you have to bring it down to, like, why is it? What is it specifically? This is where you get John Gleason. If you guys ever debate this dummy, this is what you do with John Gleason, the mindless engineer. He's going to say, well, Christian belief is different because it's not supported by evidence. And you go, okay, interesting, John. So you believe that you don't care what people believe. You're just against forcing that belief onto people. And you go, yeah. And you go, especially if the belief is unfounded in evidence. He says, absolutely. Right? And then you ask him, do you think your beliefs are forced on people? He would say no. That's where the trap is set. You know what I mean? It feels bad because you feel like you're putting a bear trap outside of the door of like, a special needs facility. And then he walks right into it and you go, okay, cool. And then you ask him point blank, do you believe in rights? Do you believe rights exist? He has to say yes. And then that's over. That's a belief that's, under his view, a religious belief because it's not based in evidence. And he also holds that unjustified, non-evidential belief in rights should be forced upon people. That is to say, it's forced upon people who reject the notion of rights. That's the foundational claim around spreading democracy and freedom. That's the whole thing. Is you're spreading your belief system about individualism, liberty, enlightenment principles. That's the whole thing. Rob deserves better opponents. I just think there's no more. You know what I mean? I think there's just no more opponents. That's what I think.
Nationalism in general is the fact that you're basing your laws and all that kind of stuff off of what the Bible says, and the moral laws. Like I've gotten written down here that you hold the Ten Commandments pretty high up there.
Correct.
So if you think, do you think that the Ten Commandments should be like codified into law?
I think that the Ten Commandments should be the foundational principle for how we establish our laws.
Okay, so then the first through like the third commandments are anti-free speech. Are you anti-free speech?
Well, it depends. No, I don't consider myself to be anti-free speech, nor do I think that we should enshrine into law that you should not be allowed to blaspheme. I think that the laws that we did...
So I can say goddamn? You like you're fine if
legally,
I want to say goddamn?
I think that it's probably not the best idea. I say it myself. I think it's probably not a good idea to say it from a moral perspective, but I don't think it should be illegal for you to do such. Nor do I think that if we promoted my form of Christianity, which are Christians today using this as a framework, that there's any evidence whatsoever to suggest that the majority of Christians, if put in positions of power, would outlaw that.
Yeah, this is confusion. Now, it does need to be whittled down, and it is I would say it's a timely process, and is it a debate in itself. If you're going to say, I think Christianity should be, I think ethics and legal issues and laws should be informed by a Christian ethics, it doesn't follow that whatever your, interpretation of like Old Testament law, pre-Christ law, doesn't follow that is suddenly instituted, which is like, this is a lazy atheist position, of course. Are we surprised?
Which of the Ten Commandments do you think shouldn't be enshrined in law?
Well, I would say that when we're looking at them, there's no need to enshrine into law anything from the First Amendment, anything from the Second Amendment, taking the Lord's name.
See, I would just bite the bullet because the secularist has nothing to stand on anyway. If you just said, yeah, actually, I would make it illegal to publicly pray to false gods. How about that? Oh my gosh, that's horrible. I don't care what you think is horrible. What are you going to say? Nothing. You can't say anything. Oh, how could you? So you're not going to allow people to pray to Moloch in public? I mean, who's the horrible one now? Yeah, you are. You are. I'm awesome. My law is awesome. You have no reason why I shouldn't be able to do that. Birds aren't even real. $5. Honey, am I wrong about this? Oh, man. Honey? Yeah, I know. My wife says I'm right. Horrifying. $5 from Ron Quay. Rob goes to the bathroom before closing, and you can hear John's wife complaining. How long is this going to take? Wow. She's always yapping in the background. I told her to shut up during our debate. All I needed to know about him. Yeah, you could look up the debate. Me and David Patrick Harry against him and the Dusty guy. And they ended the debate in their first opener. They just said all of it's relative. There is no standard. I was like, what? Why is this? And then we heard his yappy wife. Federico Condotta. Good day, sir. Just listening to this guy is lowering my fertility. I know. I'm giving it. I don't know how much longer I can take it. In fact, why don't we wrap up, get those last 10 in, and I'll move on to something better, But in the meantime, let's continue to beat this guy down.
In how they hate the Bible and God. I argued with a rainbow emoji man who immediately manifested when asked for the threshold breaker for religious instruction.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Vain. Keeping the Lord's Day holy. I didn't have a problem. In fact, we often did that. Like, for example, in my state of Pennsylvania, we often said there were...
Yes, to see the very end. Suzanne, can you help find what it is you're talking about? I kind of tuned in and I was like, this is a disaster. So, Suzanne, if you could... Oh, are you joking? We have to see the very end? I didn't know. I don't know if you're serious or not, or there's something worth seeing in the end here.
A lot of things you couldn't do on Sunday,
Thank you,
which was rooted in
sort
of the idea of the Lord's Day, and taking off. So I didn't really have a problem with that. I don't think
is that a violation of the First Amendment?
No. No, was it?
It would
like when liquor stores were closed in Pennsylvania on Sundays. Is that a violation of the First Amendment? You tell me.
No, I mean, there are dry counties around here too, but I mean, I would definitely consider that to be pushing a certain form of.
When we take off for Christmas, is that a violation of the First Amendment?
Well, no, I mean, Christmas is.
That's all I hear from this guy. Honey,
it's been identified by the federal government as a holiday, and.
Yeah, we know what it is. It's like, yeah, we know what it is. He's asking if it's a violation of the First Amendment. We didn't ask you to define what a holiday is, dummy.
National holiday.
I don't think even if we said that it was just a religious holiday, that it would be a violation of the First Amendment. I think that you shall not kill should be the foundation of our legal system.
Hold on. Wait a second. We've totally passed over those first three, and you said that you think, but you think that I know, I understand that, but you said that the 10 Commandments should be the basis for all laws. Correct. But then you're skipping the first three.
I didn't skip. I said that there's no need to enshrine it within law.
Okay, but
I don't think we need to make it illegal.
If those should inspire law, then how are you dismissing?
I think that the legal system is designed for.
Dude, Rob should have just taken them. He can learn this. I had to learn this because I would always be like, well, what do I really believe? What was my intuition about this? Is it more nuanced? But you don't have to do that with these people. Because the question is Christian nationalism good for America? Good being, what is it, beneficial? Is it morally good? This hasn't been figured out, by the way, in this debate. But Rob could just say, yes, all of them, for the sake of argument. That's what someone like Andrew would do. He could do that. Yeah. You know what? For the sake of argument. Yeah, fuck it. Yep, just say we put it into law. You got to follow all 10 commandments or you go to jail. What are you going to say? What is your secular humanist manifesto bullshit? What is it going to say? Absolutely nothing. That's what. Rob could have pulled that here. What's wrong with it? Silence. You know what he would say if I said, what's wrong with it? Yeah, let's put into law, you have to follow all of the 10 commandments. We're going to police it.
I'm bad at this, but it's at 3:20.
Okay, thanks. He just, I don't like that.
Us on earth to have a system that allows us to live in a harmonious way. I think there are certain things that we could say God says are immoral that aren't necessary to make illegal, such as taking his name in vain. However, things like murder.
He's a custodial engineer. I'm wondering if he's an engineer like I'm a custodial engineer. I don't know, man. I don't know. He's probably just like an engineer, like he models things on a computer. Like, no, you know what? He bought a printer, one of those kids, like object printers, He's like, I printed this. I'm an engineer. Nathan Slippy, $10. It seems to me that mindless engineers' biggest problem with Christian nationalism is the First Amendment. Why doesn't Rob propose abolishing the First Amendment using democracy? He should. Now, he's very knowledgeable inside the intricacies and granular aspects of governance and how things happen, which is a skill and knowledge niche I probably will never have. But you're right, Nathan. If he got out of that for a second, he could just grant a bunch of things. Be like, hey, let's change that. What's wrong? Isn't it democratic? Just change it. Change it all. Give people votes. Put it on a, not even totally arbitrary, by the way. Put it on like a wheel spinner. Who loses votes in 2026? It could be black people. It could be arbitrary. It could be exactly half black, half white people. They happen to lose the vote. Well, why? Because we spun the wheel. You know, the wheel of democracy. We voted that we use a wheel, in fact, to determine this. Is it not democratic? Now, the progressive morons are still under this like weird haze, this weird hypnotic haze, much like the conservatives who are clinging to the dingleberry hair of classical liberalism and calling it conservatism. It's not. Similar. They're both similarly in a haze, but the progressive haze is under this weird hypnotic notion that democracy itself is good. Now, that is the thing that needs to be pressed upon in this debate. There's a meta conversation here because the topic of this debate is Christian nationalism good for America? The counter is it's not, because it threatens democracy, which assumes democracy is good. Now, Rob didn't take this approach because he got swept into red herrings and the granular aspect of governance and policy and all that, how it works. Instead, you could dip out and go, whoa. Let's take it more broad for a second. Is democracy good? Engineer has to go, yes. You go, interesting, democracy is good. So the process is itself good? Or is it what it produces? Which is it? Is it the process that's fundamentally, inherently good for America? Or is it the thing it produces? Well, it's both, right? He's going to say it's both. Cool. Can democracy itself produce outcomes that you think are bad? He has to say yes. Okay, so democracy isn't the good. What is it then? And you just pre-sup him, and he's done. He's over. That's it. Jordan says, I always just grant them Christianity being 100% about wanting the suffering and extinction of humanity. Their argument still comes to it. Ew. Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. That's why you, like, don't feel pressure to defend, like, some sort of, like, pious notion of your own theology. They're never engaging with your theology anyway. So you might as well just grant all of their worst assumptions. Just grant them all. So the worst of the Old Testament, the worst of white nationalism, whatever it is. Still, under their paradigm, it could be produced by democracy, and it's not inconsistent with democracy.
Are something that we should say that both should be immoral and should be illegal.
Question.
That is absolutely answering your question. Now, I'll turn the question to you.
What was my question?
Where is your framework as a secular
Can you still man
humanist?
my question?
Yes, your question was, why should we not have, if I say this is the moral foundation for our law, why should these first three not be a law? I directly answered that by saying that just because I'm saying the 10 Commandments are the moral foundation for what should be law, it doesn't mean that everything outlined in the 10 Commandments needs to be illegal. There are things that...
Can someone do me a favor and find Suzanne's time code? I seem to have lost it already. The chat moves really fast because this channel's awesome. Suzanne? Where is it? I want to find the time code. I'm sorry, I should have copied it immediately. Thanks, Suzanne. Wait, it's in your... Suzanne? Oh, there it is. 320. Okay, let's just skip to that. Let's just skip to 320 because we know where this is all going. It's probably going to loop. Here we go. Oh, look who's on. Oh, this should be good. Wait, is Rob here? All right, wait, is this it? Does this sound familiar? Because Rob doesn't even seem to be on the screen, so. Is it 320? All right. Lil Dingleberry, thank you. Hello, listener. $5. Hello, Tony. Let's see. I mean, this is your time code. I don't see Rob here, so who knows?
You can't go in. Forgive Osmond.
Oh, nice. Evan Lord, our favorite autist.
And his Turks from going over and taking over Constantinople.
Are you talking about Mehmet II, or are you talking about someone else?
His dynasty was the Osmans.
Do you mean Mehmet II, or do you mean someone else?
Who was the founder of his dynasty? That's what they consider themselves.
You mean the Ottoman dynasty was founded by Osman? So you're saying he's the one who took over?
That's not it. After all that time code work, is it when Rob's on or Rob's off? Is he on or off? Because this is way into the panel. I mean, here's the end. Okay, wait. Here's the end. Here, let's listen to his closing statement. Let's.
Thank you.
It's probably going to be a great closing statement.
And don't forget, people, there is the vote up for tonight's master debater. So if you haven't voted yet, make sure to get your votes in. I had you. Sorry, you had background noise there, so I had muted you while he was talking because he had a TV playing in the background, John. You've got 8 minutes for your closing statement.
This
here.
should be
Let me know when you're ready, and
this
I'll
should
start
be
your
real.
timer.
This should be a real
Yeah. So what I did in my opening statement was I established how Christian nationalism would be bad for America, and with that comes the response from Rob, which is just arbitrary statements as to how he scores a society's health and wellness. And he scores a society's health and wellness by how many babies are being had or how many people are married and anything like that. So like all of the different criteria he uses to measure the health
criterion
and wellness of a society, the happiness of a society, are not actually the indicators that we use
RIP headphones, sorry,
for health and wellness of a society. If you actually look at the health and wellness of societies and how we measure those, you'll see that the more secular a society is, the higher it comes out.
What? That's a weird claim. It's the higher it comes out. When you look at the happiness in the secular society, you see the higher it comes out. Really?
On top
dun, 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 dun.
of those particular measures. So the fact that Rob has to make up, well, maybe not Rob makes it up, but somebody has made up these mysterious criteria for what makes a happy and healthy society, a good society. Seems like it's not really based in any kind of like justified or rational reason. It seems to just be justified by, what makes Christianity look good. And I don't think that if you use a biased set of indicators of Christian indicators or whatnot that props Christianity up, you're really getting an honest look at the health and well-being of a society. Because
you were trying to get right before he read. Oh, so is it 3:20 on Rob's then? I can go over to Rob's. I'm sure this panel is going to be real special.
You can have a society that's pumping out kids every single fucking hour.
Perfect. Thank you for the great closing statements, both of y'all. I know, John, you said
don't mock the retorts. They can't help it. I know. I'm always going after people that can't help it.
Away after the debate.
Look, I can't help it. How about that? They can't help it. I can't help it.
Appreciate you being here. And Rob, if you want to hang out for a little bit, we usually have an open panel afterwards. Get a few.
Yeah, Rob looks really excited about that.
Small debate or discussion.
Probably midnight. I don't know. I'll probably head out on the open debate. I don't mean to be rude, but just
no worries.
If that's fine, because I got a bunch of super chats.
That was a 3-hour debate, by the way. I mean, you should probably, if you're going to have open panels, unsolicited advice again is time your debates, keep them an hour and a half tops, and then move into, unless it's like you're getting into thorough stuff. This guy literally retorted. I think he might have had a head injury. $5. These bundles of sticks always measure wellness by financial. It's always materialism every time. Even the feminists, by the way. Everything comes down to material status. Oh, they have more cars. They have more dogs. Oh, they have an air conditioner. Ooh.
I got 70 to read in my end and all of that.
I get it. So. And so tonight's master debater was Rob Noerr, voted with 82% of the vote with 222 votes.
Now, okay. This is a good sign. That means that viewers are coming over. A good sign for breakfast tacos. All right, congratulations, breakfast tacos. I think this might be the first debate where your chat and the voters weren't completely saturated with atheist scum. Nice.
Godless Engineer got 18% of the vote. So congratulations on your master debater title for the evening, Rob.
Not even close, Godless. Look at you. Cry to your wife, Mom. Honey, did I win? Mom? Honey, do you think I won? Still going to pay the tax? Thank you. Yeah, definitely pay your taxes, everybody.
I won like Mamdani, right, John?
Oh. Oh man, Rob, you're mean and bad. You're a mean, bad man, Rob. Oh, look at Rob's learning his, what is it called? The smirk face? The, what is it called? What is it called? That we're all practicing our face? We're like, smarmy or something? That was good. I got to listen to that again. That was great. Look at that dude's face right there. Oh, yes. Look at the face contrast of the two of them. I got to watch that again though. That's my kind of burn right there. That's my kind of burn.
No worries.
If that's fine, because I got a bunch of super chats. I got 70 to read in my end and all of that.
I get it.
Smug, yeah,
and,
Smug. Thank you.
So tonight's master debater was Rob Noerr, voted with 82% of the vote with 222 votes.
Oof.
Godless Engineer got 18% of the
Loser.
vote. So congratulations on your master debater title for the evening, Rob.
I won like Mamdani, right, John?
And I have both.
Oh, God. Oh.
Both of their links in the description to the video.
Oh,
if
man.
you enjoyed anything either party said, make sure you
look at
them. They're both
my gosh. Oh, wow.
prolific content creators.
Oh, man. I'm sorry. I got to do this. I got to do it. I just need one more. I need the effect, like, really up close. You know what I mean? I need the zoom in. You know what I mean? I need it like this. Okay, let me one more time for the road. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you for the great closing statements, both of y'all. I know, John, you said you had to step away. I have both of their links. Perfect. Thank you for the great closing statements.
Gotta see it one more time. I'm sorry.
Y'all.
Sorry. I know this is repetitive, but it's
John,
for me.
You said
it's not
you
even
had
for
to
you.
Step away after the debate. I appreciate you being here. And Rob, if you want to hang out for a little bit, we usually have an open panel afterwards. Get a few.
The coping continues too. I bet.
Discussion.
I bet.
Probably midnight. I don't know. I'll probably head out on the open debate. I don't mean to be rude, but just.
Oh, no worries.
If that's fine, because I got a bunch of super chats. I got 70 to read in my end and all of that.
I get it. So. And so tonight's master debater was Rob Noerr, voted with 82% of the vote with 222 votes. Godless Engineer got 18% of the vote. So congratulations on your master debater title for the evening, Rob.
I won like Mamdani, right, John?
And I have both of their links in the description to the video. If you enjoyed anything either party said, make sure you subscribe to them. They're both prolific content creators. Rob, I was there when you were on the politics Discord AMA.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Yeah.
I really don't want anybody that's not already subscribed to me from this particular chat. I do not want your subscription. So please do not come and subscribe to me.
Oh my gosh. I don't want to play with you anymore. I just need to interrupt you. If you're on this playground, you're not invited to my birthday party, and I have a blow-up trampoline. I just want you to know.
Looks like that other PDF streamer Wings of Redemption.
I have a blow-up, a big bouncy house, and you're not invited, and we have Nutella sandwiches. Yeah. You.
And those that agreed that you won?
Oh.
Those that are not already subscribed to me, I just would rather not have your subscription.
Even if they...
Oh, gosh, you're so... Oh, my goodness.
Agreed you won. Saw it?
I didn't specifically say that, but what I'm saying is because I don't know who voted for me, so I don't know if they're already subscribed.
The implication being that you assume the only people that voted for you are the ones that already subscribed for you.
Wow.
Nope, that's not the implication. Anyways, bye, Rob.
Anyway,
hope that you get some sense about you.
Hey,
see you later.
Oh man, you just got what a pleasurable annihilation that was. Nice.
Good luck. Yeah, John, great seeing you. Thanks for dropping by.
Oh, no, not even a goodbye. Unbelievable, you guys. Look at that. Wild. That was great. That was amazing. Now I wonder if they cope after. I assume there's a post-cope stream, right?
Yeah. Well, thank you. I enjoyed it thoroughly, and I would come back. No hard feelings about moderation, any bullshit like that. Thought it was perfectly fine. The point that I'm making with the interruption stuff was merely, or the name calling, is merely to impugn sort of the idea of rational discussion from his moral framework.
That was so great to watch. Like that last piece of rhetoric from Rob, being like, yeah, I won like a little callback to Mondani win, right? And then he was so hurt. He was so hurt inside. Mommy canceled the party. He said, you guys, whoever didn't vote for me, I don't even want your subscriptions to my, 11,000, whatever amount you have or whatever. I don't even want you anymore.
That's all. So I think that the performance...
Don't text me.
...played into sort of the argument that I'm making about secular humanism. That's all. So, hey, thanks for having me.
Hey, I appreciate you dropping by. Thank you for...
Mommy said you're not coming to my party.
After the debate ended, he definitely spent the rest of the night breastfeeding and getting words of affirmation from his wife.
I was going to say that. He went definitely into sort of like a cuddle, and the wife had to pull out the boobs, and there's not even milk in them. It's just a comfort thing at this point.
Engaging in a debate, and I'm sure we'll be able to find you some more debaters here in the near future too, if you'd like to pop back on more.
Yeah, never hurts to ask. I don't do a lot of religious debates, and I know that's your specialty. I was more than honored to come over and do this one. But yeah, we'll see, man. It never hurts to ask. So
yeah, it was a pleasure having you, and I'm opening up the panel right now. Please join the open panel.
All right, we'll see
I know
you guys.
We've got atheists that'll pop up here. If anybody wants to come up here and debate, we'd love to have you up here. I've got J Money up here. We might move it to another window here in a minute, but we can discuss the debate here. Being the moderator, I'm going to be kind of neutral here. I'm going to let you guys say what you want to say, right? Evan, can you wave your hand at the screen just so I can see that's real and not recorded? Evan in the back.
You got to watch out. Evan's
can you wave
autistic.
your hand at the screen real fast, Evan? Perfect. Just got to make sure it's real and not a recording.
All right, no problem.
And if anybody else would like to join the panel, feel free to hop up here. I put the link in chat. We'd love to have you. So what did you guys think about that debate? And once again, I'm going to try to keep my opinions out of it as I did host the debate.
I got to say, you were that was very, very entertaining. It was quite a cluster on a few points. And I did envy the place you were in, especially with some of the stuff that's been happening around. But I think
Evan, I love you, Evan. You're so autistic, though. It's like, I think you might be the most autistic person that I know on the internet, Evan.
I think it was definitely an interesting show because I feel like Guileless Engineer had way too much emotion into it, where if he's being...
Of course an autist would say that.
...rational, it's better if he was just pure logic and tried to remove the emotion. But since he tried to go and appeal to the ethos, sorry, a little tired. Just him trying to go and appeal to the emotion,
Mark
just
Reed
saying that he's racist when he didn't. When Rob clearly didn't make any claims based purely on race. At most, he said that Islam is not a compatible religion, which is more ideological, as opposed to a racial aspect.
See, even Evan knows this.
I would say that's where.
Why is Mark Reed rolling boogers?
Guileless Engineer kind of fell flat a bit.
A bit? I'd say more than a
debate.
I'd say
Colorado,
more than a bit.
Can you
Mark didn't see the debate.
turn your microphone down about 40%, please?
There's
that
that better? I'll just
That's
move
way
it away.
better, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe push it up just a little bit.
How's that?
That's perfect.
Okay,
What we
good.
got here?
So no, I like Godless Engineer. I think he's a good guy. He's just not that good at debating. And
oh man, that's great. Finally, some honest atheists. Good on you, biker guy. Good on you. Finally, the atheists starting to just give themselves a little bit of liberty and roasting your own, right? He's not. He's a terrible debater. He's a terrible thinker. He's dumb as rocks.
And he did not do a good job tonight.
Right.
So, but it's also not easy to do a good job against someone who is just going on and on. And
what? Rob didn't go on and on. Rob can go on and on. He's definitely capable of it, but no, it was the opposite for sure.
On and on. And he did do quite a bit of whataboutism and shifting the goalposts a bit, and he distracted.
Actually, that's not true. Your guy's God disagrees. We actually called in to one of your gods, and the ChatGPT God says, Colorado biker, the analysis shows, which is infallible, that John dodged Rob's questions at least 9 times, falsely accused Rob of 3 whataboutisms, while committing 3 whataboutisms himself from the infallible source of all knowledge, Grok.
I mean, and there was a lot of gish galloping as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
There was a ton of gish galloping. I couldn't believe how much. At some points, I was just like, "Wow, this is insane."
Oh, and I missed a super chat. Benjamin Horwitz, after I think that was during the conclusion or something, but he said, "Thanks for the concession via equivocation," and then he also just said, "GE did a disservice to everyone. Rob conceded." Also, if you guys want to mute or kick anybody on the panel, normal mute and kick rules are engaged. All these people can be muted and kicked. The primary panelists are off the panel now. So feel free to remove anybody or mute them for 15 minutes.
How do you get Grok? You can get any AI. It's actually quite fun to analyze a debate. You feed it a transcription. So you download the transcription and you just paste it in and you say, obviously it's going to be dictated by the way in which you ask it a question. We all know this. You could actually probably feed it pure transcription of a debate that has nothing to do with you. And you could probably get an AI to conclude why you're a good person because of the debate, even if you're not mentioned in the debate.
Or whatever you want to do.
Taco, I just wanted to say about some of my super chats. Sorry if they kind of pushed the line on a few.
There were a few there that I wasn't comfortable. I apologize. I try to be as TOS friendly as I can, right? So,
some of them were like not worth reading. The one about flying a kite is that one was egregious.
Yeah, I think there were 3.
Evan? I didn't know Evan was aggressive. Is this true? You guys know Evan, right? really like sort of well-behaved, super autistic. I mean, we're talking 115% autism happening here. I didn't know he sends in super chat. I've always seen his super chats are super reasonable and usually pinning the opponent or who he's questioning up against some other inconsistency, usually. Do you guys know this version of Evan? Is he flowering? Wi-Fi Gospel, $5. Chat GPT thinks I'm the best. I agree. That's true.
I just had to like summarize.
I guess that's part of having Rob's audience here.
I'm not blaming any individual.
See, that's cope. Oh, Rob's audience. That means bad things are said in the chat. I want to know what an example is.
Audience, it happens sometimes. Even
Evan, are you here, Evan? Evan, I want to know what a sample is of this super chat that was beyond egregious.
People that watch my stuff too.
Dark Evan Arch.
Stuff like, but those were excessive, Evan. What's up, Mark and Karen? You guys have any comments on the debate?
Yeah, comments?
I didn't see the debate. I had a stream to do, so I can't.
Oh, I can't wait to hear all your opinions on a panel that's dedicated to summarizing the debate. We just want to see your shiny head. Aye? On Hitbone, thank you for your tenor. Appreciate you.
Can't really comment on the debate. John's usually really good. I don't.
John is good. John is good.
Know, how he did tonight. He's usually pretty.
So you didn't watch the debate, and now you're doing commentary on a debate you didn't see. Why, Mark? Why?
Damn good, to be honest with you. I'm really impressed by him.
Well, I am too, but for some reason he just fell flat tonight.
I think he wasn't prepared for the rhetorical tricks that Rob was pulling out.
Tricks? You guys suck. You guys are the worst. Rob used about 10% rhetoric. Let me guess, a trick is demonstrating a contradiction, like 3 in a row. Is that a trick? Fine, let's call it a trick. Let's call producing internal contradictions in the opponent's view a rhetorical trick. Let's just start calling it that, I guess.
Was pulling a very subtle trick about sourcing, where he essentially equivocated. Like, he basically said like this: I've seen that source fail once or twice before, so now I'm just not going to accept the source. He quickly pivoted from talking about the specific things that John was citing and moved over to other things prior that they didn't like.
Right.
So it was just like a cheap genetic fallacy. But
dude, you notice how they don't say anything? They don't specify what particular item, what the name of the item is, what was being called into question, what historical reference is being referred to. Nothing. It's just this meta-analysis, and they never say anything. They just ramble on.
But Rob was really good at talking so fast that you almost couldn't track how quickly he changed subjects.
Wow, what a cope. He talks so fast. You're not going to reference what he says, but that he talked. What is this? Is this like a new kind of tone policing we're seeing? You know what I mean? Is that what it is? It's like, forget about what he said or what his arguments were. Forget about his cross-examination of this retard. He talked fast. Wow. You're too dumb to track what Rob's saying because he talks fast? Come on, man. What low-tier shit this is. What a dumpster fire. $10. It wasn't okay. Rob used words, and it was hard to debate words. Damn it. Redo. Yeah, redo. He used words, and he talked fast.
I haven't seen anyone.
That was the gish galloping.
Talking fast is gish galloping.
I don't like giving, I should not hand it to him, but that was fast.
Wow. You guys, that was fast. He talked fast. $5, a bunch of copium huffing nerds. They do lines of it off each other's butt cheeks. It's bad.
Well, I don't mind gish gallop as long as you get the time to respond to all of the points that they put down. If it is just gish gallop, but you only get to address one point, well, yeah, I think it's a problem.
You didn't watch the debate, Mark. Why are you even talking? Who cares about what you say, shiny head?
Well, that's what was going on.
I'm here to just give my opinions about this, and I wasn't even there. Yeah? I'd love to come in and talk about it.
Yeah, that's what was going on.
Yeah.
And that's what I had a big problem with.
A problem with Gallus Engineer is that he talked over Rob a lot, and that gave Rob the justification to go and try to talk over Gallus Engineer, and so it stopped any
Godless Engineer definitely interrupted and talked over Rob way more. Rob actually decided not to interrupt early on, which was a disadvantage. He should have interrupted more.
Possible chance of Gallus Engineer saying, hey, let's stop for a second and cover this one topic at a time.
You know what we need? I don't know if AI, like if you guys are nerds in the chat, where's Spyro? He's a nerd. You know what they need? You know how when you watch a basketball game, there's statisticians? Whoever crafts a plugin for debates specifically, a plugin that acts as a statistician. Now, I know there's probably some limitations on context, but as far as one audio interrupting another, I think it's totally trackable. So wouldn't it be cool if there was an automated scorecard, even if it was half manually done, half computer AI, and by the end, you could actually pull up a scorecard based on the interpretation. You could actually track the same way someone writes down a traveling call or a turnover in basketball, or when one of the players leaves their family and children, like in basketball. That would be great. You know how awesome that would be? Then it's not like based on all your memory. Then you're like, oh, actually, we tracked this the whole time. Pure interruptions, we got 60 from the left debater and 41 from the right. Sorry.
That's kind of like where Gallus Engineer shot himself in the foot a little bit. I feel like Gallus Engineer wasn't prepared for Rob himself. He was just taking he didn't do his research. So he just thought that Rob was just like a Nick Fuentes when he's anything but.
Yeah, right. But I think that Rob's decision to basically, he admitted it. He tried to blow up the debate. He said, I'm just going to overtalk. Like you said, Bloodbath is like this. So I'm just going to break down the debate, be a bad faith interlocutor because you said it was okay. And I thought that was really honestly, we've had some pretty shady, dishonest, or just people who just didn't know what they were doing.
This is a gossip section.
But up here.
Look, dude, how about the elephant in the room? The first counter argument, which wasn't an argument, was attacking Rob as being racist. No one wants to talk about that. That was a massive misstep. This is why these people aren't honest with each other. They hate each other. John Castle says, give Jim Bob your money now. Yeah, I'm giving you guys free millionaire ideas that I'm never going to do. Doesn't that count for anything?
But that really was a next level of what the hell do you think that you're doing? I wouldn't admit that in public, my friend, right? It was just it was all rhetoric, and it was just designed to stop us from talking about anything substantive.
I can't do it anymore. I'm done. I can't listen to them anymore. I try and I try to be a good boy, but I just cannot. Anyway, Rob did a good job. Yeah, I don't even think that staying on, honestly. I don't want to, I'm not trying to minimize the value of people. I know people do panel stuff. I know it's part of your businesses and all that. I'm not trying to hate on it. It's just that me personally, it's always just so low value. You know what I mean? You can have a really good debate and the product for the audience is great. And then what do you do? You open it up to Costco. You know what I mean? It's like you did this great thing, and then suddenly at the end of the debate, you do an open call where anybody who's online for a hot dog at Costco is like, hey, you want to jump on a live call and give your opinion because why? Why? Well, because you're standing online at Costco and you have a hot dog. Oh, okay. I'd love to give my opinions after debates in general. I love it. Can you have the link? Why? That's why you're not going to see any of this. Over at our debate night that Ortho Thugs are producing, we're taking all of the worst of all of these channels and we're just cutting out the fat.
Open panels are openly gay.
Nah. It's just like, who cares? Why are we here listening to you guys talk? I don't care. You notice how the only time there's a moment in an open panel where it becomes interesting is when two people can start to sort of like acquiesce in an argument, and then they remove everyone so they have a one-on-one. It's just basically another debate, right? So instead of, you know what they should do, which I won't do this because I don't have the time, but a smart channel would just go right into another debate. You know what I mean? And you could actually spawn it from the open panel dumpster fire where it's like, it's kind of a filtering process where it's like one challenges the other and you go right into it. Oh, another debate right off the bat. It's way more ordered. It's way more ordered. Scud. I see people writing Scud in the chat. Wonder what that is. Anyway, good on Breakfast Tacos for growing his audience. He's almost up to 4,000 subs. This is going to help if he can get better debaters on the channel. You know what I mean? Like, you just have to. It's good. I'm glad that an opposition, a right winger, someone who's actually called a racist, won. This shows that John and people like him are not going to help your channel. That culture, Breakfast Tacos, where they just call people racist. That's not going to help your channel at all. They're going to work against your channel. In fact, you're going to learn the hard way. As Breakfast Tacos gets better at moderating and pulling in right-leaning debaters who debate well and producing higher quality debates, he's going to get more of the left-leaning people attacking him because you're platforming these people, or you're teaming up with them, or you're friendly with them, or you're fair with them. And that's when Breakfast Tacos starts to watch the insanity of left-wing nut jobs. You'll see. Post-debate. Yeah, debate. Just right into it. You know, it's like a lower tier one, but right into the same format, you know. Maybe someone from the panel can take on moderating it. You might as well have a debate-a-thon. Who cares about an open panel dumpster fire? Speaking of, I got a lot of people wanting to debate me. Debating counterpoints on this very topic is nationalism, Christian nationalism American. I don't know what that would mean. I don't know what it would mean to be American if not politically based in the system we have of representative republic, and from that position, I would take the same argument that Rob did. I'll probably study counterpoints because he's debated Andrew and these people for years now. We'll see what happens there. Counterpoints. Well, I mean, there's not much to work with, right? There's not many people to work with. You know who I'm fairly I would say I'm fairly good at scoping up upcoming talent. There's a guy named Josh the Progressive. Very bagely guy. Very
cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Just saying. I think he's going to be an up-and-coming sort of face and mouthpiece for progressivism. I think he's going to step up a couple rungs of notoriety. He's nobody right now. You guys don't know who he is. His name is Josh the Progressive. I believe that he's going to get on the roof, right? They're going to pop him up on the roof where he's louder and he can be seen and heard by more people. And I think early on we should advocate for him.
Jim Bob, you should debate Indian Jesus but with your Tucker Carlson voice. That would be hilarious. Because his voice is very annoying. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Rolling
on the
floor laughing emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Yeah, he actually challenged me to a debate. Does God exist or something? I said that's too broad. I said, is belief in God a rational belief? Is God a rational belief? So we'll see. I call him Pajesus. What was I saying? Oh, I was saying we got to get Josh the progressive, the guy you don't know exists yet, you will know exists. That's my call. You're going to be like, whoa, Jim Bob called that. We need to get him up on Pierce against Andrew early. You know what I mean? I feel like that's like something I can do in the political sphere is I can organize the clashing of these things, which then follows with the destruction of their view. You know what I mean? Like you just elevate them a little bit, right, into the arena. Feed them to the lions, basically. Is that wrong? Am I wrong? Am I bad? Am I bad? Let's look at Indian Jesus. Should we? Indian Jesus. The Indian Jesus. Let's see. He just debated, what is his channel? He's almost at 5,000. What does he got? Mini blood sports. What does he got here? Christianity destroying us. Is Christianity destroying us? Here, let's see what he's got here. Is Christianity destroying us? What? What?
The notion of the adherence to Christianity is holding back the right.
So, are you in all ways it's holding back the right, or in
Abe Dinkus in the house?
Particular ways it's holding back the right? Because is there something we could pinpoint?
Yeah, so
that we could argue about
in particular ways. There are particular ways that Christianity is holding back the right, and so then
from succeeding politically, or
what?
Okay, I would debate this.
All right.
Okay, who's got the affirmative on this one?
I think that would be you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe it was.
Yeah. So my basic claim is that morality is largely the context in which people talk about Christianity or vice versa, and I think that we are at a place in this country where too many people have similar values, conservative values, Republican values, even maybe you want to call them Christian values specifically. But
what? That's a problem? People have shared values? Well, not a great start. Wait a second. Wait, whoa. Is that your first premise? Look, we got a real problem here. People have shared values. This is a nightmare. I prefer a bunch of unrelated particulars that make a weak society fabric. This is all too crazy for me. Mostly About Art says $10. For $10, he says, "Hey, Jim Bob, I CC'd you on an email to James about modern day debate, about offering some moderation of free for free. Could love to talk to you more." Yeah, I got your email. I mean, you know, I think he should, if I talk to him, I'll actually say he should consider it. Because moderation is what's going to make a debate channel or an event, a debate event especially, good. It's the unheard, unseen awesomeness behind the scenes. You don't get credit until after your moderation. It's one of those things. But I agree with you, so I'll let James know that. I'm sure he got that email as well.
But the fact is that there is too big of a population that simply cannot buy into the truth claims. Like myself, I was born into the church, all of that stuff. And
What church?
I am not in control of believing whether or not God exists. And that, you know, I'm smart enough to realize that, okay, just because I don't believe in God doesn't mean I need to throw Christianity away. But we look at the left and we know that they're not very intelligent, and that is what they tend to do. So instead of being able to have a moral structure that everybody can be a part of, and then also, if you like Christianity, be Christian, then there's Christianity on the right, or everything we hate about Christianity on the left. Same.
Does anyone know what he's arguing?
Exact way they do with Trump. It's just very basic thing that
That's your minute.
What is he saying? Can anyone try to? I can't actually steelman that. So, the problem is that there's too many Christians. He said first there's too many Christians that all believe the same thing, but then he said the problem is there's too many people who aren't Christians. Yeah, so more people should be Christian then. I mean, what? Huh? What the hell? What the hell?
That was you were just getting started too. It was good. All right, Abe, when you're ready.
Okay. So I would say that Christianity, as much as people will say that there's too many different branches of Christianity, there would be a unifying principle within the belief in Christianity. And so when you have the same thing guiding and founding your moral principles, if you can agree upon those principles, regardless of whether or not somebody believes those principles stand as a good, I say that unifying principle that is a foundational set for everyone to buy into helps immensely. I don't see how Christianity itself holds it back as much as people disagreeing on what principles should be the founding ones.
I mean, this Jesus guy just ended his own view. All he's arguing, which we would concede, is that, yeah, so you're saying more people should be Christian. I mean, it's simple. So he's arguing that it'd be better if more people actually coalesced around a uniform belief, right? That would be better. How could you argue that would destroy anything, right? The Cheap Chimp, $5. Sorry, Jim Bob. Indian Jesus is actually kind of a joke. He would be a waste of time for you. That's what I'm thinking. But however, when I do my own debates, I make them not a waste of time. Why? Well, because I add all of these fun elements. So, I mean, just for him, I could develop a whole slew of ethnically relevant Stream Deck assets during the debate. I mean, that would be fun. For me, it's like the time. It's like these debates need to be like short and sweet.
And I would say that our nation's foundations are written into the Constitution and everything else, and most of that stuff has foundation in Scripture in some way, shape, or form. And so when we build a society, we need unifying foundations. And I think that Christianity...
Pow right-winger? Yeah, I don't know if he's probably like a centrist.
It works as a good unifying foundation, and that people don't have to buy into it in order to follow it.
That was perfect. Literally on the zero again. That is
professionals up here.
I know, right? I think he's got a timer sitting in front of him. All right. 5 minutes on the clock. Let's have a nice clean fight. Let's So
I wouldn't even necessarily disagree with you that it's about the reaction to Christianity.
Oh, I'm already bored. I'm just sorry. I tried to check it out. I don't know. Whatever. I'll check out some stuff. You know what I mean? Why not? Remember on the 5th of November, Moan and Jim, thank you. Chicken, pork. Chaw, another $5. It's almost sounded like some weird argument that the galvanizing effect of Christianity as a shared worldview is on its own a weakness. Yeah, that's what it sounded like, but then he contradicted himself because he said there's not enough people on the left who actually believe in Christianity for it to be workable. That's the end of the debate. So you're advocating for more standardized uniformity in belief. Yeah, that's what Christianity says. Interesting. Speaking, okay, so I'm trying not to give you guys too much here because I don't want to give too much away. But this amazing debate night that I'll be hosting on my channel, co-produced by Hello Listener, the Ortho Thugs. We're making something amazing, and it's going to be highly participatory for you. You're not just going to be watching, just so you know. We're going to announce that. I'll probably have sort of like a stinger, at least, before. We'll see if we can get a stinger out before I leave for DebateCon. on the 14th. Okay. See if we can get that going. But it's nobody else can do what we're about to do. Nobody can do it. We're the only ones. So you guys should be very excited. Appreciate you, Jim Bob. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate you. Scud incoming. It's going to be huge. It's going to be huge. Huge. It is. It's going to be crazy. Bum. Where did all my opposition go? You know what I mean? Where are you guys? I kind of miss you all. You know what I mean? I kind of miss you. You got almost 700 people here. God bless you all. Thank you for the support and the eyeballs and the ears and the earballs. Thank you so much. Unhitbone, thank you so much. Where's the opposition? Why are you so silent? Is it nap time for you? This is usually when I open it up and maybe have someone call in and, fight me. Why don't you guys fight me? Where are you? Uncarved block. You said, Jim Bob got, evolution wrong. Where's my Evo people? Where's my Mormons? Where are you guys? Why are you in hiding? Why are you in caves? Went to a party full of ops. Asked the loudest one if he'd debate his liberal views. He's down, very Destiny-like. Could be a great setup for Andrew or you. I could help bait him. Yeah, try to get any of them. I just saw a clip of Destiny. He just posted a clip of himself, his own view getting annihilated. And he posted it as if it was a win. It was the weirdest thing. Did you guys see that? He was talking about abortion. Ooh, there's a new clip of Matt Walsh. This is my favorite. You guys know how I love covering this, don't you? It's my favorite thing ever. Let's review this. It's one of my favorite things. Especially watching Matt Walsh. He's like Britney. Someone please make the Britney Spears. Do I have to do it myself? Someone needs to make the conservatorship, funny play on words here, with Matt Walsh dressed as Britney Spears with that exact angle. What is it called? Sola or whatever? What's the new AI that's very, very convincing? Solar. With him doing the knife dancing. I'm telling you, super viral. Whoever does it, super viral. Matt Walsh dancing in the Britney Spears outfit where, he's dancing in a circle with that like weird security cam above angle. He's locked in, dude. He's trapped. It's like free Matt. We need a free Matt campaign.
I think that if you can't defend yourself as a nation, or if you can't survive without being propped up by another government, say ours, then you shouldn't exist as a country.
Ooh,
that's just the way of the world.
Oh,
so
snap.
Wait. If you can't exist without...
Hold on a second. It sounds like you're advocating for ovens and not pizza ovens. It's like... Hold on. I want to understand what you're saying. Are you doing a cookie reference?
Being propped up by another government, say ours, you shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
Israel cannot exist without being propped up by the United States.
You think so?
Its nuclear program came from the United States. Its weapons come from the United States. Its economy is supported by the United States. I'm not attacking Israel. I'm just saying, in point of fact, I think that's true.
I think it's true.
And, Israel thinks it's true, or they wouldn't have armies of lobbyists and influencers in the United States. Bibi wouldn't have shown up twice in the past 3 months.
Well, no, it's not exactly the case, though, Tucky. What's true is that they go back and forth. If you get into it with some of these Zionist people, they hold two positions. I pointed out this contradiction with one of the more famous Prodi Zios, David Wood, in a super chat that I sent him. You can't have both statements true. The analogy is always, there's a woman on this ground bleeding out. Are you really not going to help them? That's the Christian thing to do. I go, yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense if that's actually the case. Is that the case? No, they don't need us. It's not a woman bleeding out. Which is it? Is the little nation a country, a little old lady bleeding out and needs our help, or not? Which is it? They don't make up their mind. They do both. They say both.
Yeah. I mean, the way, from my perspective, it seems like they can handle themselves quite fine. But any country, if there is any country out there that fundamentally cannot exist without being subsidized by American taxpayers,
AKA the right to exist. Let me translate it for you in Oi language. The right to exist. When Ben Shapiro says Israel has a right to exist. Israel has a right to exist. Okay, well, I don't disagree with you. That's like saying, someone has the right to defend themselves. Sure. But let's unpack what that means. When you say Israel has the right to exist, what you really mean is they have a right to my children's resources, then we have a problem here. So don't be sneaky with your language. This isn't a series of debates, if you know what I mean.
Depends on how you look at it. I mean, you could look at it like, oh, they have the right to exist. That means that they have a right for you to make sure they exist. See? See how I did that? It's a long series of ancient arguments of looking at things from both sides. It could be a 6, it could be a 9. It depends on which way you're looking at it.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Israel has a right to exist. What that means is they have a right to you. Dreidel, I made it up.
Then not only should that country not exist, but that country already does not exist. It's not really.
That's interesting. I mean, it's wild. I kind of understand you. Makes me want to go hunting.
Interesting. It's not really a country.
Right. Yeah. Now, can any of these people actually refute Matt Walsh? Now, do you guys notice the similarities between our country's relationship with Israel? I'm going to make a big jump here. I don't think it's a big jump. You guys can tell me if it is, but I don't think it is. You guys notice the parallel between the United States' relationship with Israel and what's assumed to be obligatory? Do you guys see the similarity between the big man, U.S., and the little lady, Israel? Do you guys see the similarities between that relationship and feminism? That embedded in this idea of rights at the now world level between identities called nations, there is a powerhouse muscle man who's in a cut-off flannel who has bigger shoulders than me. And he has brute force. He has influence and power. And he's expected to protect the woman. Israel is the feminist. Israel is the OF on whatever. Israel has no obligation to us. We, the powerhouse, dumbass, masculine man, who just follows his nature. Oh, I gotta protect women. Well, you protect women. She wants what she wants. She really wants this, and I really needed to protect what she wants. And Israel's all, thank you, hair flip. It's the same exact thing, dude. The relationship between the United States and Israel is exactly The microcosm of that would be this notion of, oh, we gotta the women have a right to all of these things. They have a right to exist. Translation: they earned somehow completely compelled and expected behavior of men, force collectively to defend these things. Same exact thing. Max, thank you, Max. MDD sent out an email about debating Planet Peterson, who's looking for theists, doing a 5 versus 5 theist. I'm going to try to do it. You should, yeah. I'm doing that as the person surrounded too. So interesting. Should be interesting. $5 from Snagglebeast. Don't worry, Jim Bob. The big U.S. guy only has slightly bigger shoulders than you. Yeah, for real. America needs a new woman. Well, America needs, this is where Christianity comes in. Christian metaphysics, Christian ecclesiology. This gets fascinating to me. Might get a little philosophical out there in Jorlandia, in the cobblestone alleys where you guys are trying to sell just peaches to make your day. It gets into what a marriage is. Like, what's a relationship? What's the proper relationship of man and woman? What's the proper relationship of bride-groom? Ultimately, bride-groom. And that suddenly points to a church. That your country, if it's reflective of your church, is going to have this like similar duties and obligations for not just individual women and men, but collective men and women. And that your relationship as a country, as an identity, would be an extrapolation of that. And if that's an extrapolation, then your relationship as a country itself as an identity would reflect that in relations with other countries as well. So the question is, just like I critique Protestantism and all of this modern broken Christian theology that's restorative and crafted on the fly, is this like this plural view that you could have, that you could date, that you could have a theology that's based on dating. You can date other churches. And I'm just non-committal. I'm just going to swipe. It's Tinder theology. Well, it's not a one-to-one analogy, but to me it seems like the same kind of thing, the same paradigm would apply to how a country operates, that it is its own identity. Ultimately, it's a reflective of a patriarchal, hierarchical identity. Be reflective of a church. It would be reflective. It wouldn't be a female identity. It would be a masculine identity. And if it's a masculine identity, the question is like, well, what is the relationship between these things? Well, we've been dating a hoe who doesn't give back, who doesn't care, who takes and takes and takes and whines and whines and whines and says, I deserve this, and grievances and no, poor me. Look at all these bad guys trying to attack me. Oh, okay, we're going to defend you. We'll defend you. You get stuff for free. You get stuff. We protect you getting stuff. We're America. Okay. Okay. It's pathetic. America has become the passive Nicianity cuck. The passive man who's just, I don't want her to get mad at me. Very Jewish, by the way, appropriately.
I don't want the wife. I don't want her to get mad at me. Don't tell your mom. Don't tell her. I don't want her on my case. Oh, don't tell you. Oh, if your mother found out. Oh, she'd whip me. Oh, my back's already bent over. How can I possibly get lowered to the ground?
It's totally feminism. It's crazy. It's the same thing. It's the same broken relationship. It's matriarchal. That's what it is. That's like people talk about the arguments against the logistics of Israel, but it's really, to me, because I'm a philosophy bro. I'm an ortho bro. I can't unsee the metaphysics of this situation. I can't unsee it. Just a apologetic, cucked man letting the girlfriend run around. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They nice to your face? Yeah, they're just like this chick who just, it's all grievances and I deserve and power dynamics and, it's not fair and I can't do it myself. And you're like, what do you give back? You know what I mean? What do you give back? Because like the argument for feminism, we're asking the women, if the men have the leverage of power collectively, and there's an obligation for men to protect these rights, you say, that you're allowed to have or whatever. And we go, well, interesting. That's our leverage, right? Is power. And we ask them, what's your leverage? Like, what do you bring to the table? And they go, just me. Israel is that. Just me. I bring myself. What? It's the same thing. It's like you could literally make a skit that's like the OnlyFans setup, where like there's the Andrew character, and then there's the chick, and the America asks the chick, well, we're bringing all this. What do you bring? And they're like, just me. I'm great. Emotional support. And we're like, do you bear any children? Do you bear any good fruit? No. I'm just doing my own thing. I'm an independent. Shake your body. Meh, meh. You're like, no, you're not. No, you're not. Which is it, lady? Lady Israel, which is it? Are you a feminist? Are you an independent woman or not? Which is it? Are you asking for the masculine protection? Do you give anything back for this? Do you have any duties and obligations to the family? No? Oh, you don't want to give us children? Oh, you don't want to... What is it you're going to do? Nothing. We got to friend zone this chick. We got to friend zone Israel. Because they friend zoned us a long time ago. Yeah, they give us drugs. Yeah, I bring in, hormones and all these weird, crazy pharmaceutical things. That's what we do for you guys. Otherwise, you guys are depressed. It gets worse. The man who is dislocated from his ontology, his duty, his deontology, I should say. The man, in this case America, dislodged from his duty, his labor, what he's designed to do, what he's called to do. Dislocated. Oh, you're now like a egalitarian, but you still have muscle. We still want your muscle, but you're an egalitarian. And then they get depressed. The men get depressed because this relationship is dysfunctional and it improperly displaces power and responsibility, and no power, women, and no responsibility. So it's like they're not together. They're not a marriage. It's dating. All of it. It's just dating. It's so bad. And you wonder why men are depressed and lost and without purpose. Hay says we don't need to give them money at all. Yeah, that's the thing that's inconsistent about it all. Is like they're like, wait, no, we do need that. We need money. Oh no, we don't need money. No, we're really powerful. No, we're not powerful. It's like, which is it? Are you in need or are you a powerful woman? I'm a powerhouse. No, I don't need no man. Really? What about to defend and protect your existence? Well, yeah, I mean, that's without saying men should protect my existence. Okay, so you do need men. No, I'm a powerful woman. I'm independent. I can do anything you can do. Look at me. Look at us. You know what I mean? It's like this analogy is so funny and dead on, because the more you look at it, the more Israel expresses itself as the newly liberal feminist that's surrounded by bad guys, that is constantly calling the good guy and saying, you guys gotta deal with these thugs. And then, you know, and still nothing in return. They still go out. She still goes out with her friends and has her martini, comes home drunk, doesn't give us children. Nothing. Skanky, worn out 304. That's what you are. You're a skanky, worn through 304. See, you can talk about Israel. You just have to do it in very powerful, accurate euphemisms, apparently. I think people should run with that meme. That's what I'm saying. I pray for Matt Walsh. I pray that he finds orthodoxy. I pray that he has an escape plan. You know, you'd think that the Daily Wire would have tunnels for Matt Walsh to escape. Oh, look, they're going after Brett Cooper, the Ben Shapiro in drag, who also left the Daily Wire. She simply said something accurate. Watch. Dinesh D'Souza, all of these people, they're a part of some sort of scheme. Unless they're actually, like, delusional, watch this take. Dinesh D'Souza, let me read what he says first. He says, her reasoning, speaking of Brett Cooper, who is Ben Shapiro in a wig, her reasoning seems to be that because Trump was falsely accused of being a Nazi, it's wrong to accuse self-proclaimed Nazis of being Nazis. You missed the years. All she said, I think in this clip, this might not be the same clip, but I'm thinking it is. She pointed out that someone, you know, it's the relationship between the loyalty. It's a loyalty issue between nations. Who are you loyal to? That's the question.
You are so blinded by your ridiculous, insane hatred of Tucker Carlson that you cannot see how irresponsible and hypocritical you are being. I mean, these tweets from Ted Cruz, I'm going to read you next, are a great example of this. So just a month ago, he tweeted this. He said, they don't kill you because you're a Nazi. They call you a Nazi so they can kill you. Political violence is a left-wing phenomenon. Enough is enough. We need to shut it down. And then in response to Fuentes and Tucker this week, he tweeted this. Trump's bombing of the Ayatollah's nuclear facilities made the little Nazi mad. Good. So now you're turning around and you're calling somebody that you don't like a Nazi.
That was actually not the clip I was looking at. She was talking about who is he talking? She was talking. I actually don't know the political names, but in short, in summary, she was just saying like that if your existence as an American politician, a representative of your nation or your constituents, at whatever level, and if your loyalty is actually not to your country, but it's first and foremost to Israel, that's a problem. That's all she said. That's all she said. And guess what? Because she said that, Nick Fuentes retweeted her, right? And now you get this genetic fallacy where it's like guilt by association. You don't listen to what she says, not that you should, but instead of listening to what she actually said, you see that Nick Fuentes retweeted her, and because Nick Fuentes retweeted her, you don't have to listen to what she said. Randy Fine, thank you. Yep. So, this is the problem. I mean, that's what's so freaking fascinating about all of this. Is that the James Lindsays and the Dinesh D'Souzas and the Ted Cruzes, they're all adopting this, there's a woke right. And they think the woke right is the one who's questioning the Israel weird alliance that's, you know, in the making, that's falling apart, that we're all figuring out, wait a second, what is this? It's certainly not theologically based. Is it politically based? Doesn't check out, right? People start talking about this stuff, and they gaslight you. James Lindsay such a coward little pudgy little disgusting turtle who doesn't debate. He doesn't actually defend his beliefs. He just says them and then runs. He crafts this whole narrative and pioneers this woke right narrative when in reality, it's actually a projection. It's Saul Alinsky 101. Accuse your enemies, accuse the opposition of what you're doing. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're woken out right now. They're calling everyone a Nazi. Dinesh D'Souza calling everyone a Nazi. People ask you to debate Dinesh D'Souza. You said no. I thought the right wing was about debating ideas. I'll listen to your ideas. Let's debate. Let's have a battle of ideas. Now suddenly the people have been chanting and producing the bumper stickers, the platitudes that the right wing is about ideas. It's the, what do they call it? The war of ideas? No. The marketplace of ideas. That's what I believe in. That's why debate is so important. Free speech is so important. Yeah, the battlefield of ideas. May the best idea win. Okay, well, suddenly that went away, right? Suddenly you're all, well, we shouldn't platform Nick Fuentes. We shouldn't listen to these ideas. And now we have to discard Brett Cooper because she noticed. I thought James Lindsay and all you conservative people, I thought you were about the, battling of ideas, the marketplace of ideas. Suddenly you're not? Who's woke now? You're the one who can't you're the one who can't defend your views. Weak. That's what the woke people do. That's what the original woke people do. They scream and call people names and call people Nazis and scream anti-Semitism and they scream transphobia and you're racist. If we took a image or a video of like Breitbart, at the time what he was dealing with the lefties and the progressives, and you put it side by side with how James Lindsay and the rest of these people are responding, it would be so uncanny, wouldn't it? These people are low. They're all low level. All of them are low level. I'm trying to punch up. You know what I mean? And, nothing to do with me personally, wherever I land in all of this. It's just that where is up? If I'm going to punch up, can you guys tell me who's up, please? Because I can't see it. I don't know where it is. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know where. Himifer is Jim Bob's daddy. Who's Himifer? Himifer, any of you guys can call in. Are you Himifer? Bring it, dude. See what you got. Go over to Discord. I'll wreck you. I like punching tards on the side. You know what I mean? I'll punch someone who's at the drive-thru. After they give me the sandwich, I'll punch a tard. They're saying taking it too far. Yeah, they have nothing. They have nothing to say. And all that little Ben Shapiro in a wig said, Brett Cooper, all she said was this dude had a weird relationship, a weird, unchallenged, dogmatic relationship to Israel. This is no longer controversial, people. There's nothing controversial about any of this at this point. It's like it's become a joke. Look at this. Oh boy, she came unlikable fast. This is a trend here. People noticing stuff, simply saying the stuff they're noticing, they're suddenly unlikable. This is weird. It's weird. We're dealing with some weird cult. Thank God for orthodoxy, huh? God bless the Orthodox Church. Because when it's all said and done, how many of you in the chat are so grateful, like truly grateful, that all of this peripheral, temporal stuff that, it's all good to engage with, talk about it. What is it without orthodoxy? What are you engaging with in a meaningful way if it wasn't for that you have the church? To me, it's like, okay, it's basically fodder. Let's face it, it's fodder. Brandon Tatum. Yeah, he's in on AIPAC too, dude. You know. Says, like every politician who gets a check from AIPAC controlled, Brian Donalds raised 12 million of AIPAC and gave him $40,000. Well, people are paying lots of money. A lot of money going around. Unbelievable. They never debate either. That's what's so annoying. You know, Brandon Tatum, he'll never get in the ring with like an Andrew or get on Piers Morgan with someone who can refute all this nonsense. That's what makes me think it's a campaign. You know what I mean? You don't engage with the opposition. You maintain the status quo of the narrative that you're paid to maintain, and you run with that, and you ignore anything else. You just go, just robotically go, 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 go. That's what's happening. That's why it's frustrating, because we're all expecting. We have this expectation that they're supposed to debate or something. Like they're supposed to like get challenged and defend themselves. No. Hayden Walton, poor Jim Bob wouldn't have a life without Jesus. Raise him up. Well, it's not a life, not just a life. It's just there's no purpose, Hayden. You have no purpose from your view, dude. There's no purpose, you being in the chat. There's no purpose of not being in the chat. You're a cluster of biological molecules. Everything that's uttered from your mouth is no different than uttered from your asshole, from your view. Did you see him debate Myron? Tatum did? Huh. I think I saw a clip. At least he debated him. That's good. Good. Probably not going to do more, though. What's up with, where is, what's his name been? Where's, Sneeko been? What's he up to lately?
Avi Bitterman. Oh no, Avi Bitterman made a post. Uh-oh, he's attacking Matt Walsh and Megyn Kelly. Uh-oh.
This is about the battle between Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson.
Tez, who is, I mean, an open white nationalist. He said extremely racist things. It's kind of his bread and butter, and anti-Semitic things, and not the kind that's now the flavor for some, where it's like if you say anything about Israel, you're considered an anti-Semite. Genuinely anti-Semitic things. I mean, he's questioned whether 6 million Jews actually died in the Holocaust. He's praised.
That's actually not anti-Semitic. That's a mathematical question. That's like saying, like, how much fuel did it take to get to the moon? You know what I mean? If I say, how much fuel did it take to get to the moon and what kind of fuel was it? Imagine Don Pettit from NASA being like, you hate astronauts. That means you want to put astronauts in the ovens.
Hitler, he called, this is an anti-Semitic, but he called J.D. Vance's wife, Usha, a Jeet.
A Jeet? I didn't know a Jeet was a bad. Is that bad? I actually been using that like a lot. I thought that was just like common.
Which I didn't even know what that was, but I know enough to know it's not a compliment.
Why don't you eat something? Why don't you eat some lettuce that's covered in meat and fat? Do you know that the TV actually makes you lose gain 10 to 15 pounds? Skeletor. Why don't you eat a pig's leg? Wait, so I have to change the Jeet now to something else? What do I have to say now? Do these people think that you can't get away with all this stuff using really funny side language like pajiga? You think you're going to shut me down? Fine, I won't use that word anymore. Pajiga it is.
Sounds like a racial slur. We could be here all day. Tucker put him
You should be at a buffet all day. What's propping you up right now?
I think because Tucker puts on a lot of provocative people. He interviewed the president of Iran. He interviewed Vladimir Putin. He interviewed Andrew Tate. He's not afraid of, like, quote, platforming people who are controversial.
Matt is so done. You know what I mean? He looks like that one horrific Live Leaks video of that bearded guy sitting at his computer with the shotgun. You know what I mean? He's like overcooked. I can't do it anymore. Can't even fucking. You know what? You know what we're seeing right now? It's like, you know that movie Falling Down. What was it? Not Kurt Russell. Michael Douglas. Matt Walsh is like a combination of Michael Douglas from Falling Down and Britney Spears being stuck in a conservatorship. And he's going to just lose it. In fact, I wish I had the time and an ability to turn over like a really good like animation action where he loses his shit. That'd be so, it's right there, but it has to be made so quickly. That's always the problem with my ideas, is like they have to be made so quickly where he just loses it. It's like, you know, opening scene. You hear Megyn Kelly, you hear Ben Shapiro's voice, all the voices. This is the opener. And you just zoom out and it's this face from Matt Walsh. He's ineffectual. He's distant. He's done. He's absent. He's apathetic. He is flatlined. And then, like, something clicks. Something clicks. And something turns on. It's almost like instead of a break, it's a fix. You know what I mean? Instead of like destructive, it's constructive. And he wakes up. And it turns into like a really action-filled fight scene. And he ends up at the end on the couch with his children and his wife.
And also Tucker and Nick Fuentes have been going at it themselves for quite some time. And I think he thought it might be interesting to just have him on and have it out, which he did. But then he came under fire by a lot of people for, quote, platforming, right, which you're not allegedly allowed to do. And one of the reasons I don't like Nick Fuentes is because years ago I saw him play a little video game in a clip that was circulating on XMAP in which a young man was running wearing a yarmulke, and he was shooting this man in his video game, calling him Ben Shapiro. I mean, it was really vile stuff.
That's just funny, dude. Look, Matt Walsh, unaffected.
So, Tucker came under criticism because it wasn't a confrontational interview. It was more like a Joe Rogan approach, you know, where you just kind of ask the guy how he feels, what he stands for, what he doesn't. Here's a little bit of how it went.
I mean, as far as the Jews are concerned, I think that, like I said, you cannot actually divorce Israel and the neocons and all of those things that you talk about from Jewishness. There's a deep religious affection for the state. It's bound up in their identity, the story of the Exodus from Egypt, the promise of the land, all these things. So let's say in the United States, for example, somebody like a Sheldon Adelson, he's not Israeli.
Adelson.
Is he an ideological neocon? Does he believe in the promise of democratic globalism? I don't think necessarily. His heart is in Israel. And it's because he is a proud Jewish person. And I guess what I'm saying is that if you are a Jewish person in America, you're sort of, and again, it's not because they're born, but it's sort of a rational self-interest politically to say, I'm a minority. I'm a religious ethnic minority. This is not really my home. My ancestral home is in Israel. There's like a natural affinity that Jews have for Israel. And I would say on top of that, for the international Jewish community.
And that's not true of all. Look at Matt Walsh. He's actually sleeping. I'm so fucking done with this. So done with the Daily Wire. So done looking at Skeletor's face. Megan, I'm just done. I know what. What is my life? What is a woman? I'm so fucking cooked right now.
Sheldon Adelson, by the way, is dead. He died in 2021, but was a
Oh no. Hi, I'm Megan Kelly, and I'm here to ask you questions.
big donor, and his wife Miriam is now a big donor. Okay, so cue the internet pile on Tucker. Like he's got to be excommunicated from the right because he hosted Nick Fuentes, which was a sin in the eyes of many. Kevin Roberts of the Heritage Foundation weighed in, backing Tucker, saying we don't cancel people for platforming others. And then a lot of people.
Do you have a question, lady? Matt Walsh is so done with this.
People said it doesn't matter. Like it's not about.
You're gonna ask me a question, lady. You fucking man. You just fucking prattle on forever.
Canceling Tucker.
Get on with it.
It's about ostracizing him. Sort of cutting him out of polite conversation. And then yesterday, Ben's been attacked by Tucker. Tucker's attacked Ben. It's gone back and forth, back and forth. Ben did a whole show on this issue, and here's a little bit of how that sounded.
Get on with it.
Americans hate Nick Fuentes'.
I hate you. Americans hate you. Ben, there's just as many people that hate you in America. Americans hate Nick. Look, I'll equalize you guys. I don't care. I have no investment in Nick Fuentes. He's not orthodox. He's not pushing orthodoxy. He's a political whore just like you. You're all a bunch of political whores. There's just as many people that hate you, Ben Shapiro, as they hate, probably more at this point, honestly.
People hate people. Philosophy. They think
they should just do a show together, get it over with. You know what I mean?
It's trash. Republicans, by the polling, think it's trash. Independents think it's trash.
He's so annoying, this guy. He's so, I'd play that video game. What is the video game? Anybody know what the video game was?
Think it's trash. And
Beef Sleazy can't stop laughing. Yeah, she's literally skeletal.
Here's the other thing. Americans hate Tucker Carlson's laundered anti-Americanism.
Americans hate you, you little dweeb.
They get their way. They will hollow out the Republican Party, lead it to electoral catastrophe, and empty it and the country of any semblance of decency in the process. My answer is no.
Who cares what your answer is? You do nothing, dude. You're a big nobody.
No to the Groypers. No to their publicists like Tucker Carlson. No.
Does he have a cleft lip?
No to those who champion them. No to demoralization. No to bigotry and anti-meritocratic horse shit. No.
Oh my gosh, he said shit.
Oh my goodness. Usually I say S-H-I-T. I mean, he doesn't even have a beep. I said horse shit. I'm serious now. People are going to take me serious, for goodness sakes. I am so tired of this shit. I said it. Oh my gosh, I said it. I feel so weird after I said that. Oh my god. My little tummy is hurting, I think. Should I have said that? I don't know if I should have said that. Yeah.
To anti-Americanism. No.
We are done with the horse shit.
This is our country.
We are done with it. Yeah.
This is our party. And
this is our country? Yeah, that what's in question is it's our country. Is it fair to say, why does a small little country have so much influence on our country, Ben Shapiro?
Well, this is our country. This is my country. Yeah, this is my country.
Yeah, what does that have to do with Israel? Why do they influence us? Why does a tiny country influence us? I thought you just said it's our country, right? Whose country is it?
Our country.
This is our conservative movement. And I will not stand by while it is handed over to those who betray.
Oh, I want to fight him so bad. I just want to fight him.
The most fundamental principles I have spent my entire life defending and advocating. That is a path to defeat and a path to moral oblivion. I reject it because if we lose the right, we will lose to the left. And either way, we'll lose the country.
What a retard. Does he think this is his big moment? Does he think this is going to go down in what he would otherwise hearken to be black and white epic rants from the 50s and 60s? Shut up, you little maggot. You need to be pushed over in your chair and given a wedgie, dude. Ben, you little dweeb. Go back to the nerd table, bro. This is your big moment? This is your big freaking Braveheart speech? You're wearing a funny hat on your head. Everybody figured you out. You're a fraud. You have dual loyalty, dude. Nobody believes you, you little weasel monster.
Oh, I'm so tired of his voice, dude. You have no idea, Megan. That fucking voice haunts me in my sleep.
Okay, just quick programming note. Tomorrow, we have Tucker Carlson on our next leg of my tour. And the night after that, we have Ben Shapiro, which is something I pride myself on, being a show where both of those guys could come and trying to do as little as possible to divide the
Shut up!
Which I think is a force for good in this
Who cares what you think?
world, unlike the left. However,
Unlike the left? We're still doing that, Megan? Look, people, it's over. Yes, there's progressive scum. Yes, there's liberalism. Yes, you have to fight all these people. They're insane. Yes, there's an ideological war. But the framework is over. That video game board is done. We're in a new Super Mario level, and it's not called the left versus the right. Stop it. Unbelievable. I'm just so tired of it. I've got left-right fatigue. I'm so proud of myself, and I pride myself on having a channel where both people can talk. We don't care about you, Megyn Kelly. We want to know if Matt Walsh is actually okay. We want to know if Matt Walsh has been visiting his own personal bunker. Does he look okay? I thought freeze frame. Does he look okay to you?
Talked about some of this stuff at the Daily Wire. I've talked about it with Ben. We've had these like debates in the open. So yeah, we can have disagreements. But when it comes to disavow, condemn, denounce, that's an entirely different thing. And I'm not going to do that because I don't do that to my friends. And I mean, it really is that simple. And you can either respect that or not. I don't really care. But loyalty is a principle that is incredibly deeply important to me. And so when
it's not to a tiny nation state in the Middle East, right?
I hear the response, oh, but you need to stand on principle. Well, loyalty is a principle. And to me, it's as a man, it's one of the most important principles that you can hold. As a human being, it's one of the most important principles. And so if there's someone who I know in person, like this is not all just on Twitter. This is not, we're not just talking heads, talking to cameras. We're also like people. And we actually have lives outside of all of this stuff. And so if there's someone who I actually know and I've sat down and had dinner with them, I've sat at their dinner table, I have their phone number, I can call them. You know, if I have a disagreement, I can call them privately and I can tell them and we can hash it out. Someone who's supported me, someone like that. The idea that I would stand in public and condemn and denounce and disavow is just totally anathema to me. I cannot do it. I won't ever do it.
He kind of makes a decent point. If his point is, if you know somebody and you disagree with them, you don't turn them into sort of like public fodder. You know what I mean? That's not what you do. Especially from a Christian lens, you know. If it came to the point where you needed to say something, you would actually say something. It would be offline if it's people you know and love and they're your friends. But there's this expectation in this sort of weird world that we live in now where you need to give a take on everything. And because you have a microphone and a camera, any super chat that asks you a question, you need to answer it because, you know, by golly, you're a talking head and you owe it to the world. It's like, no, you don't. You don't owe that to the world at all. The world isn't owed your personal opinions or your private takes on matters that involve other people who you know and love. That's not a thing. But it's expected to be a thing because like reality television everything that's cascaded down from reality TV and all this is like this weird sort of like it's like this voyeuristic, it's like I paid. It's like OnlyFans, but for real life, basically. Like people think of OnlyFans and they're like, it's always like sexually related, but the principle, the concept, it goes way deeper than that, obviously. Where, you know, we're just in a very weird, strange, never has existed in the past situation in humanity, given the technology that we all participate in. It's like you get to be in the show, but you also get to write the questions of the show. Like you get to watch your favorite people talk and your favorite characters in the show, but you also have you have a demand to know more things about them. It's just weird. What should Matt Walsh do, in my opinion? Matt Walsh should quit, even if he loses out or he even gets sued. Because I have a feeling that the Daily Wire does have life contracts, given that Ben Shapiro just launched sign up for a life contract to watch Daily Wire. I wouldn't put it past them that they have lifelong contracts with some people they take on. Maybe. Likely not. I'm just saying it's possible. Matt Walsh should quit and start his own thing, his own show. He could do just as well doing his own thing. He could still go and tour and talk and be on other people's show. He can do pretty much exactly what Andrew does in a different way. The whole idea of you being bought up by an outfit is not necessary anymore. That whole like paradigm where like you get signed on, it's a big deal, and Matt Fradd is all excited. I can't believe it. I'm signed on to a big... It's all meaningless at this point. Look at the numbers. It's meaningless. Yeah, you get some perks. You get your own office. You get your own Daily Wire refrigerator and whatever the hell else. Cool. You get to say you're a part of this structure. Oh, okay, cool. Dude, you could just do it on your own, Matt Walsh. You could just run off, start your own monologue. You could do a Steven Crowder kind of thing. You could still use comedy. You could reach out to edgier comedians than the ones you've been working with. You could do great, Matt. You just have to leave. Now, maybe Matt's actually scared. I don't know. We'll have to hear from Candace Owens on that. Go on his own like Candace? Yeah, and he could maintain some sanity, you know. Candace looks... Even if I agreed or didn't care the way in which he asks questions, she does look now like, you know, that weird person at Whole Foods. You're like, should I tell someone? Should I just let her keep going? Like, she's a little bit, it's a little much for me. She's a little bit much for me now. He wouldn't own his own YouTube channel. No, he could start something not even that. He could, like, release monologues. His monologues I quite enjoy them. They kind of inspired me to do monologues in a very, like, ordered way. I haven't perfected it by any means, but he can just do his own thing. He can be on a panel talk show. He can do anything. He just needs an office. That's it. She manic? Yeah, she feels manic. I feel like she's about to do gematria, honestly. I feel like that's the next phase for her, is she's going to start doing gematria. Speaking of gematria, we're at 18 of 30. We got 12 more. Do Jortlandia a favor. Give me a little train. Give me a little super chat train. Get me to my goal today before we say our goodbyes from the island of Jortlandia and I send you off in small, rickety canoes to find your next location in the ocean of content. What else? What is it? Wednesday? What is this? Let me see. Who am I? My schedule's getting crazy. Okay, Okay, the Mormon debate was canceled this Friday, so that's not happening. Church. On Monday, I'm on a podcast called Meet the Bless, a show over on Myron Chuck at 7. I have the 13th, which I will dual stream here, the debate against counterpoints on Christianity, Christian nationalism or something compatible with being American. I don't know. I don't even know. Probably get a drink for that, honestly. And then, of course, Ortho Thugs this Friday as well. So make sure. And then I'll keep you guys posted. I'll meet with Tony, and I will try to get a stinger out at least to get you people excited about this debate, unique debate creature that we're making for y'all. So thank you so much. Thank you for starting the chain, y'all. Thank you. If you want to support the channel, you can do so by becoming a member. You could also get yourself some books over at madebyjimbob.com. You can get them. You can get Savage Memes Volume 3, 4, and 5, all unique almanacs of insanity in an American world culture, all consolidated into 100-page comic books, all made by me, drawn by me, written by me. And if you want to put something fun in your bathroom, a stack of Savage Memes books is what it should be for your friends. I had a friend recently tell me they donated, or they bought some books, and their friend came over, and she ended up staying in the bathroom for like 30 minutes longer, and they heard her giggling because he put my books in the bathroom, and she was looking at them. So that's a great way to support the channel, my life, my existence, my work, and get something in return. And there's actually a deal for all three. So get on it. Go to madebyjimbob.com and get yourself some books. Otherwise, you can also donate. If you listen to this after and you miss the Super Chat game during the stream, you could always send a Bob Chat, which is a donation directly to me, circumventing the terrible technocrat overlords YouTube who takes all of your money and all of my money, and they laugh at us for it. So Bob Chats is the way to go, bobchats.com. What else? 9 more to go, y'all. I guess I'll just sit and hang out with y'all until... How can we get... All of my books are autographed. All of them. I sign every single one of them. I don't inscribe every one of them, but I sign my signature on every one physically. So there's that. Cross-examination, what's up? You should go to liturgy yet, cross-examinations? You should go. We got a big old event happening this weekend for where I am. I don't want to give too much info, but big old event. Big old event. More people hate... Yeah, definitely more people hate Ben Shapiro. There's no way around it. We got to get Matt Walsh out of here, though. You know, he's being accused of fence sitting.
Bob chats from here on out.
Yeah, Bob chat me up, the former ex. Thank you so much. He's always super generous, that guy. Amazing contributor to not just my channel, but a lot of people. And there's not a lot of good... let's face it, there's not a lot of great stuff out there. It definitely needs support because, you know, most of us, if not all that I know, we don't have, like, deals. I don't have a deal. Where's my guitar deal, by the way? I'm too aggressive. All these guitar companies are all lefties for sure. Is there a bass guitar company, by the way? Not a bass, a bassed. Who's like super right-leaning? Is there a luthier who's super right-leaning? I need to know that guy. That's what I'm going to do one day. If I ever have FU money, I'm going to find a bass luthier, and I'm going to have him make me a guitar from scratch. That's what I'm going to do. I can't wait to do stuff like that. I met with Ben once to talk about doing comic books. Really? Are you a comic book maker?
What did he say? Did he look you in the eye? Did he look past you? Did he look at you like you're a lesser class? Did he ask if you're Jewish? What did he say? Cross-examinations. I want to make a comic book about a superhero, and it's a really small superhero. He's small, but he's very powerful and influential. And he both needs people's help, but he also doesn't need people's help. And he knows a bigger guy who's like his friend. It's like his friend is a giant, and he's like he's kind of a dumb giant. He's easily to manipulate, but he has a lot of power. He has a lot of influence and power, and brute force. And the story is about this small little guy, and he needs the big guy, but the big guy needs the little guy, and so they have this like sort of codependent relationship. You know what I mean? And the big guy is always wearing red, white, and blue, and the little guy is just wearing white with light blue. You know what I mean? And they go out, and it's about adventure. It's about an adventure. It's about a relationship, a healthy relationship. And the little guy starts a bunch of wars, but he can't really back up his mouth, and so that's why he needs the big guy. But the big guy doesn't have a smart. He's not a smart guy, so he doesn't use his mouth. So the little guy's always starting up shit. Now that I can say shit. Now that I'm allowed to say shit. And that's the story. It's like a kid's story, but it's also for adults. It's about this journey between these two people. And then what's beautiful about this story is that the bigger giant guy, who is the brute force, who's helping the little guy, he actually sacrifices his entire body and integrity and his very identity. You know what I mean? That's what it's about. It's about sacrifice. And by the end of the story, there's almost nothing left of him. And it's so beautiful. It's like it almost brings a tear to my eye. If I was capable of crying or feeling emotion in general, I'd probably cry. And so the end is like the total destruction and the ending of the giant, and it's like gone. But it's for a good thing. It was for he did everything in his life for the little friend, and the little friend goes on to subjugate the world. He turns every other nation, every other person. Sorry, did I say nation? Whoops. He turns every other friend of the giant, because the giant has friends too, and he subjugates them. And then he institutes a global fractional reserve banking system, and then they're all bound by this. And then he picks and chooses which of the friends he's going to make a Shabbos goy. I'm sorry, it's really getting out of hand here.
Have you read The Creature from Jekyll Island? Yes.
And so that's it. I mean, what do you say? Let's do it. Let's make it. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
Speaking of happening, 7 more super chats for the goal, y'all. Make it happen. Don't be a bagel.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Literally said nothing. Literally said nothing. JB, $5. It just popped back on. Are we talking about the Freak, the Mighty Israel fan fiction? Yeah. Does it already exist? I assumed it would. Yeah, why not? Why wouldn't it exist? Ba-dum bum ba-dum 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 bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum 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 bum ba-dum bum bum. Just hours after Zoran Mamnidi won, Nazi swastikas were drawn. Dude, James Lindsay, I'm so tired of you, dude. I'm just so tired of it. Do you know how many of these instances it was later figured out through cameras or something else that it was actually not someone? It was actually someone who, I don't know, frequents. Oh my goodness, we got a book sale. Shout out to whoever just bought the 3 books. Comes with stickers, by the way. Nice. Oh, someone did. Oh, there's a Nazi sign. It must be right. Okay, whatever. Show me proof. Show me proof. Whoever just got a book, God bless you. Thank you so much. L's in the chat, yeah. L's in the chat. L's in the chat. L's in the chat. Shout out to Dr. Evo. How do you buy a book? You go to madebyjimbob.com. It should be the first thing that shows up. The books will look like this. Get the deal, the 3-for. Now, I say they're good gifts to give, but the moment people get them, they go, well, I mean, it would be a good gift, but I kind of like having all the 3 of them. Very rarely do I find that there are people who own all 5 volumes. All 5. Some of you who've been with me for so long, my first book, Savage Memes Volume 1, was during my Lolbert phase, which makes it extra special because it's kind of cringy. They're still good comics, but you could tell you're like, oh, this phase. It's kind of funny for those of you who know me, where you're like, oh, I have the documentation of Jim Bob's Lolbert classical liberal phase. So, shout out. Who in the chat has Volume 1, by the way? Write 1 in the chat if you have Volume 1. Someone bought Volume 1. I put one up on eBay, and I posted that I was auctioning it. Someone paid $1,000 for it. $1,000. Which is the most racist? None of them really are. There's definitely a couple of fun racially charged ones, though, that I've been accused of being a racist, which I'm not. I'm a cultural supremacist, and I judge groups. You know what? That's why I really kind of vibe with this idea of judging of the nations. I like to judge the collective. You know what I mean? To me, that's better for me. I want to judge the collective. I'm tired of this individual stuff where, oh, well, it's him, but it's not them, and this is this one guy. No. I like the OT stuff. I like the judge the nations thing. I like that. It's got a good ring to it, you know? Judge the nations. You wouldn't pay more than 100? Yeah, you wouldn't be able to get it then. Even Volume 2, people would pay more than that. At least Volume 2, I bet someone would pay like $400 for it. It's because I don't print them anymore. There's only so many. There's only 750 Volume 1s. That's it. That's all there is. And one got burned live on a live stream. Crazy, huh? Oh, crazy. That's like a badge of honor. Someone burnt, like, someone burns your book. That's a huge deal. You know how many people's books? You know how many books existed that were never burned deliberately? I mean, that's an earned spot in history. You think Mike Tyson has a take on Israel? That would be great.
I don't know. Look, I don't trust nobody, whether it's a Jew or a goyim or whatnot. Look, if you gonna fuck with me, I'm gonna bite your child. It's like I've been there, I kissed the wall and everything, but I got angry. I wanted to punch the wall. I got so mad. I thought about Gus, you know. It's like he was like a father to me. It's like I almost got a tattoo of a yarmulke on my head. So it's like I was like this close to getting a yarmulke on my head. I was like, but then it's like one of my agents, whose last name is Steenberger or some shit like that. We caught in a fight, and so I was like, nah, fuck all yes. Put your motherfuckers on a train out to Poland, Israel. Israel. I'm actually been going to like a it's like a what's it called? An Orthodox literacy. Orthodox literacy. Fuck it. Fuck y'all. Liberty. Whatever the fuck.
Mike would punch a hole in the wall. JB, you turned me toward Christ from a cringe New Age chaos sorcerer. Oh, good. During lockdowns, you posted DPH video on Alan Watts. From that, I saw my spirituals view restarted. Thank you. Well, good, Toe Knuckles. Keep it going, will you? Make your way into a divine liturgy, dude. Continue it. I wonder why it has me listed as Esorum. Yeah, YouTube Patristic Faith has something going on. By the way, today I want to talk to you. You have to prep me. I mean, you don't have to, but I feel the need that you have to for my own good. So I'll text you. I'll eat lunch and then text you later if you're available. Probably just need like an hour tops. And maybe we can do it on a call-in so I can record it and study it. I'll tell you my approach to the debate. Oh yeah, we got another book sale. What? Thank you so much, whoever got that. That's the best way to support. You get 3 books, and you support old Jim Bob. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thanks for the raid. 2 more chats to meet the goal, and I'll take a couple more questions. Because I'm not in a rush. I just try to read the room sometimes, you know what I mean? Thanks, JB, best content creator in chat on YouTube. Thank you so much, David. My next debate is the 13th against Counterpoints. And then I fly to Nashville and I debate on Sunday. Very strange time to debate naturalism at 9 a.m. in the morning on Sunday. I'm kind of mad at that because I like to visit cities and find the nearest parishes, and I have a real joy in visiting parishes in different places. And for those of you in the chat who've done that before, that's kind of the beauty of Orthodoxy, is that no matter where you are, if you head in, if you go in, you will experience the same liturgy, which is just so cool. Very cool stuff. Oh, another book comes in. What? Oh, snap. Are you kidding me? Oh, thanks so much. Thank you so much. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much. 3 book sales. Amazing. Can we hear Mountain Town? Yeah, why not? Why not? Why not? Just for you, Christopher Scott. Alrighty, let's make sure this is coming in. Guitar coming in. It's probably a little out of tune, but whatever. All right. Holy cow! Now, let's tune it up. Come on. Don't be lazy, JB. Don't be a Marxist. Don't be a commie. Does any of my guitar friend people know if you're supposed to like lubricate these? I feel like a weakling. I mean, these peg tuners are so, like, I feel like I'm trying to open up an olive jar when I try to. Like, it's. Like, is that a good thing? This one's called Mountain Town, an original by your Jortlandian tax collector. I was born in a mountain town, in a little old farmhouse by the stream. And I'd sit up on those rocks and I'd dream about leaving that old mountain town. I went out to Hollywood land with this old guitar, not a dollar in my hand. But I never made a deal, my soul they couldn't steal. And I packed it up and I left that Hollywood land. Time to head on down the road. Can't do it on my own. Can't bear this heavy load as I try to find my way back home. So I went back to a mountain town, got a little old farmhouse by the stream. And I sit up on those rocks and I dream about growing old in that little old mountain town. Time to head on down the road. Can't do it on my own. Can't bear this heavy load as I try to find my way back home. Hey, mister, my poor man's poison. The Pixies song, blanking on the name. Could probably do Wild Horses. But I need the lyrics still, because I'm an idiot. things you wanted. Sorry, I think I missed it one. Childhood living, it's easy to do. Things you wanted, I bought them for you. Graceless lady, you know who I am. You know I can't let you slide through my hands. 'Cause wild, wild horses. Wait. 'Cause wild, wild horses couldn't drag me away, away. I watched you suffer a dull aching pain, and now you decided to show me the same. No sweeping exits or off stage lines could make me feel better, treat you unkind. 'Cause wild, wild horses couldn't drag me away. 'Cause wild, wild horses will drag them. Sorry, I'm not used to playing without a gapo. I know I dreamed you a sin and a lie. I have my freedom, but I don't have much time. Faith has been broken, tears must be cried. Let's do some living after we die. 'Cause wild, wild horses couldn't drag me away. 'Cause wild, wild horses will ride them, ride them someday. Needs a little work. I have a numb hand. I can't feel all of my hands, so it's the more open the guitar, the harder it is. Cope and seethe. Look, I'm coping. No, there's no excuses. Loser! Let's play a favorite and then we'll get out of here. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Cheeks as red as a blooming rose and eyes a curious brown. She's the darling of my heart, sweetest girl in town. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Peaches in the summertime and apples in the fall. If I can't have my Shady Grove, I want it all. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. When I was just a little boy, I wanted a Barlow knife. Now I just want Shady Grove to say she'll be my wife. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Get myself a big fine horse and corn to feed him on. Shady Grove can stay at home and feed him when I'm gone. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. All right. I'm out. Love you guys. Thanks so much for the support, massive, generous donations and book sales and everything else. Thank you for keeping this channel alive. Couldn't do it without you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Same time. Same place. Same face.